Hello, hello, everybody. Hope you're all having a most excellent day. Good to see you, Avox Silence, Migashu, Renan, SRF, Hey Lizgat, Rose Squid. Hello, hello. It is a lovely Tuesday. I think it's a Tuesday. Last I checked, it was Tuesday. How's it going, Anoab? And K-Man. Feeling pretty good today. I got a lot accomplished, including setting up a new desk, which I am currently operating from. Moved the PC and everything, so my monitor's a little bit higher than they used to be, so I'm like looking more up than I was before. How that feels on the old... I've been hoping for a ergonomics improvement, so we'll see how that goes. Does mean that we're not in the big comfy chair today. I didn't have enough time to pull that thing back into the room.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Limeaze, thank you so much for those 2 months. Twitch Prime support, greatly appreciate. The continued counts of funding, and in return enjoy the renewed smug sense of superiority. Big Chair had to move out of the room so that I could build the new desk in it, so it's currently, I ended up running, like, we already started about 15 minutes late today. So I plumb done ran out of time to get the big chair set up. Well, we'll be attempting that, I'm sure, in the future. Although the new desk height might make that an interesting experience. We'll see. We'll see. I didn't get just one haircut, but I in fact got every haircut. All of them. They have been banished. Part of a new weight loss technique I'm trying, where instead of actually putting in any effort, I simply remove existing parts of myself, starting with the hair. See what goes next. Other than that, I'm doing totally great. Feeling amazing today. Tiny Baylor is being held hostage until he feeds me tiny waffles. And we'll see if he can negotiate his release. Let's see what goes next. Sounds so ominous. Well, I can tell you that the last thing to go will be my smug sense of superiority. Oh yeah! Thanks for hitting that exclamation point vote up in chat, Matt Warbuckle, to remind me that it exists. We do have an official vote starting for the December community game. Like 50 different games on that list. We got a ton of suggestions this month. And I may have to like figure out a way to slim that down for future months. But anyway, you can vote for as many different games as you want. Whatever has the most votes by 1 week from today will be played on stream. Not allowed to see the results ongoing? Is that true? Because that would be bad. Because you have to be able to see the votes ongoing. Response has been recorded. Uh-oh. Okay. I think it's personally important for the votes to be able to see the votes as they are ongoing, so that like favorites can be established and whatnot, and campaigns can be run. So I didn't make this myself, so I will, if that's not a thing, get that squared away, and which may involve re-voting. Maybe there's just a way to change it so that the responses can be seen, but I would like that to be public information. Ideally. But I can't do that from here, so I guess that means it's Spire time. Looks like our last run was an Ascension 6 run with Defect, which means we get to start with Watcher today on A7. That's pretty exciting. Oh yeah, we got both Frozen Core and Inserter on the same run, which is a combination I've had maybe once or twice in 2,500 hours of Spire. Still 2,500 hours? How much time have I played? Yeah, 2,534 hours of Slay the Spire. It's like, did I lose another 500 hours to the Spire without noticing? Possible. The month of, I barely remember November, quite frankly. It flew by me entirely. Yeah, Watcher, definitely. Watcher got about 1,000% more playable when they created art for all the cards, too. I remember the very first Watcher stream when she first came out. I played her for like 6 hours in a row, trying out the character, and I had an actual headache at the end of it from trying to follow along the gameplay loop without graphically distinguishable cards. It was really, really tough. And it was a lot more difficult to enjoy. She's much more comfortable now, and I very much enjoy playing Watcher in her current state. Plus, she's got all these cool things she can do. Well, these early shop placements definitely encourage me to take 100 gold as my start. How's it going, Zero Max? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. As ever, we take a look at our intended path through the act before we settle on a starting bonus, with the goal being lots of elites and lots of fires. And, act is a bit odd. Something weird with the webcam frame rate again. I will almost assuredly break something else if I try to fix that one. Got going. If I deactivate and then activate. Break. Better. See if that helped it. Tried turning it on and off again. Okay, so all the ideal pathings through the act hit one of these two elites, it looks like. Because otherwise we're missing out on the equivalent over here. So we want to either do these two elites, or this one elite and these two fires, or this elite and these two fires. But that requires us to get to this chest, which means we have to go through this fire and this elite. So, there's our path. There's our path. Comfy chair is... I changed a lot of things about my setup today, Mr. Kemum. Comfy chair will hopefully be making a return. But I ran out of time to move it back in here, or stream time was starting, so my options were like comfy chair or be like half an hour late. I chose to be here. So if I'm taking this path,
Excellent
I think 100 gold is going to end up
Commander.
being one of our best starts.
This council is pleased to
Just a
see our
hundo.
continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Lesmia Champ, thank you so much for those 2 months Tier 1 support. Been seeing a lot of 2-month resubs lately, and it just warms my heart to see new folks investing in the community. So thank you so much for that continued support, because it means a heck of a lot. Whap the whap. Oh man, first potion in Tropic Brew. That's pretty hype. Is first pick Warship a thing?
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been
It might be a thing.
worthwhile.
Wow. And the subs keep coming. Yellow Smoke, thank you so much for those 3
Commander,
months.
One of our most valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Intronimin82, thank you so much for those 7 months. Both of you. Greatly appreciate that renewed council funding. Waffles to both of ya. So Worship gives us 5 mantra. If you get 10 mantra, you enter Divinity Stance, which is Watcher's most powerful stance. Gives us triple damage for 1 turn, and 3 energy immediately. You have to play Worship twice to be able to enter Divinity.
Commander, we've just received the support of another
But that's easy to
council
do
member.
with a 10-card deck. The Noxel, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Enjoy the new emotes, the community, and the newfound smug sense of superiority.
Commander, the aliens are disturbing.
And Apocalypto, thank you so much for the 5 months. 1 more month until that shiny ironclad energy badge. That's a ridiculous amount of subs. You people are ridiculous. What's the algorithm for sharing rewards with a sub? I think it's every sub gives 5 other people a random emote, as far as I understand it, and I think higher tier subs and gift sub bombs of more than 1 sub will hit additional people with emotes. I don't know if the recipients of the holiday emotes are completely random or if it uses an algorithm like the gift sub targeting. Couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. Otherwise, Crush Joints is pretty good. I'm gonna try the Worship. If we can get a retaining... Actually, Worship itself upgrades to Retain, which is really, really, really nice. So with, oh god. With an upgrade on it, we can have that Divinity kick in on the turn we need it most. Oh, and then bits are 1 emote per 100 bits. That makes sense. What is gift sub targeting? So when you gift if you gift a random sub to the community, it will give a sub to somebody who frequents the stream or who's currently watching the stream. And it sometimes gifts subs to people who are not currently watching the stream but have like been watching it in the past or are frequent visitors of it. There's some sort of when Twitch decides to gift out subs randomly that you choose to not allocate yourself. They have an algorithm that determines exactly how that works, and it seems it incorporates stuff like following hours watched, chat presence, and whether you're currently watching or not. I don't know, and what I'm saying is I have no idea if the emotes work in the same way. I think they only get assigned to people who are currently in the chat, but I have no idea. How's it going, Jess? Good to see you. Let's take a Talk to the Hand. I'm always happy to have a Talk to the Hand. Always. It does mean we're a little bit maybe not that prepared for this elite, but I have 4 potions, so you know, whatever. Should be easy times. The easiest time that ever was. We block for up to 12 of this. 15 incoming damage. Truly inappropriate amount. Let's see, we're not currently weak, so if I Eruption Strike, that would be 9 plus 12, 21. That's 24. Okay. Like this. Feels odd. How's it going, Niddles? My day is going most excellently. Having, as they say, a good one. Who worships? Is that too many? I don't know if that works. I have no idea. That it would immediately put us into Divinity. From nothing. But then we only have 3 other cards. Like, if we drew them together. Upgrading one of them would make it really sweet, though. Take it. Now we really need an attack card from this shop. Oh, Reach Heaven is perfect. Oh, Reach Heaven is so perfect. Windmill Strike could be okay, but Reach Heaven is perfect, and that Bag of Prep is also perfect. Bag of Preparation says at the start of each combat, draw 2 additional cards, and boy do we ever. Want that. Big time. In the big way. Fortunately, Reach Heaven here is on sale. It's a 2 energy attack that does 10 damage, and it says shuffle a 0-cost 20 damage retaining card into your draw pile, which we can combine with our Divinity stance to do 60 damage pretty easily. There's a similar argument for Windmill Strike, which is a retaining 2-cost attack and ups its damage whenever retained. Certainly we take these two, leaving us with 65 gold, not enough to buy Windmill Strike. Do I want an empty body? Not really. Under what conditions would I take Abacus? On Watcher? Anything with a decent amount of Scry, like if I had a couple cut-through fates, since Scry can help you cycle pretty aggressively. Abacus is also really useful in decks that are using a infinite combo as their win condition. Like a silent, you can do this with a silent discard deck, or with Ironclad Exhaust deck, or with defect decks of some kind as well, particularly ones involving recycle. And an Abacus there can allow those things to beat the heart. So that's another, it's a fairly niche use for it, but it's a significant one. But essentially, anytime you have lots of card draw, Abacus becomes really good. Is there a way to see what the upgrade of cards created through other cards is? I don't think so, right? No, yeah, the upgrade does not show the upgraded version of this. So I don't think there's a way to, from here at least, see the Through Violence upgrade. I think Through Violence upgraded is 30 damage off the top of my head. Let's see if that's correct. Yeah, 30 damage upgraded. But the only way to get the Through Violence upgraded is to have a Master Reality in play. I think we're saving the rest of this gold. And I'm gonna go for this elite, not this one. This one. This one. We get, what, 3 upgrades? That's pretty good. Apotheosis, that can do it too, that's right. So I can actually enter Divinity right now. That'll give me 3 energy and do triple damage. That's not enough damage to actually merit doing, though. That's not enough damage. Well, next turn, that's okay. I think. It's okay. We can go Eruption. Strike. Or by cheating. This is true. Oh, Sands of Time? That is perfect. To go with our warships here. That's what we want, is beefy retaining attacks to multiply. And Sands of Time is great. Sands of Time retains. When you retain it, you lower its cost by 1. But also take Carve Reality as kind of a similar thing. Gives us a Smite, which is retaining attack, but I think I'd rather have the Sands of Time. Yeah, and Bag of Prep definitely makes that better, right? Because there's a higher chance we draw it on turn 1 and starting to reduce in cost here. I think Reach Heaven's a good upgrade, Sands of Time is a good upgrade. Upgrading one of the warships is significant as well. Get one of the warships. Depending on who we're fighting elite-wise, I may or may not drink multiple potions immediately. Yeah, we're probably worst matched up against these nerds. Although I can go Divinity right now. If I want to. If I play Miracle, Worship, we end up with 3 energy, and I can actually just kill the middle one, and I could probably use an attack potion to kill a second one right away. That seems good to me. Let's see what's in the attack potion. Bowling Bash. Okay, well that's gonna be an excessive amount of damage. Rip. Okay, well that's a good start, I assume. If you take out 2 of the sentries on turn 1, seems good. Alright, we get an actual copy of Windmill Strike if we want, which I don't think we do. I don't think we're entering Wrath often enough to justify a Rushdown, nor do I think we want to enter Wrath more often to justify a Crescendo. This feels like the kind of deck that's going to operate really, really well if it stays small. And that's true of most decks that don't have an Ascender's Bane in them, by the way. Ascender's Bane really punishes smaller decks a lot more than it punishes bigger decks. So we're going to skip here. These jerks. Oh, these jerks. How's it going, Lord of Heaven? Glad you like the new do. I sure do. I can probably end up killing them both. We do so much damage. Give me your gold. Oh god. Blue. That's not the hand I want next turn. That's not the hand I want next turn at all. Yikes. This is on the beta branch, that's right, Delavan. I can get another warship. I can scroll. God, these are funny. Let's see, if I use Inner Peace, I can do Eruption Sands of Time, killing medium slime, but then the dude will hit me. If I pick a warship, that means I go Divinity next turn and win, but it doesn't help me this turn. Scrawl draws me through violence immediately, which lets me do... what now? It'll be 15. But can't do 6 while weakened with a single attack. We can't kill the medium slime on this turn if I scroll here. Well, that's unfortunate. Do I have to drink my Entropic Brew now? And use a second potion? Terrifying. Otherwise, my option is to take 13 damage. Any advice for being a teaching assistant? Never been a TA myself, nor have I had a TA. So I actually don't know anything about the experience of being a TA. Feels weird. Because I've been both a student and a teacher. Yet I have no experience with that. Alright, fine, I'll take the free worship, and I will drink this. Got a dupe potion and ambrosia. Wow, I got an ambrosia and a dupe potion, which is effectively an ambrosia. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So do I just divinity with the dupe potion right now? I think so. I think we just do that. Oh my god, that is so much damage. Excuse me, what? I'll end up taking one. That's okay. Casually going into Divinity, what, 2-3 times that fight? And we get another potion, so I don't even feel bad. I like a third eye a lot. Scry feels like it adds much to this deck, and it gives us some much needed front-loaded block. So I will take that. Start of your turn, gain 1 mantra. Do you want that? It feels like we desperately want this and actually don't need it at all. Because it throws up, we're working in increments of 5 here. So tomorrow won't do anything until turn 5, but turn 5 is pretty reasonable for doing things. This is one of the newer relics in the game. I think one of the newest. It's a couple weeks old at this point, at least. Grade the exams after a few drinks. Yeah, don't grade stressed or upset is definitely a good one. I take a relic that says gain 3 energy on turn 5. Probably. Probably yes. Definitely wanting some upgrades, so I'm gonna go this way.
Commander, one of our most valued supporters says continued support of the XCOM project.
Fist of Rage, thank you so much for those 6 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate the continued Council funding, and enjoy that shiny new red Ironclad energy badge. So I like this. With one of the warships upgraded, we have some choice in when we enter Divinity. It's gonna be next turn, probably. Definitely. Deal 60 damage, they said. Sure. Don't mind if I do. Second Sands of Time, second Third Eye, or another retaining attack in Flying Sleeves. Flying Sleeves upgraded would be a lot of damage on demand. If I'm already in Divinity and I play Blasphemy, it does nothing. But it will cause me to still die next turn. You cannot enter a stance that you're already in. So much in the same way that playing a Calm card when you're already in Calm doesn't give you 2 energy for leaving Calm. You can't enter Divinity if you're already in it. Can't have the third eye without the second third eye. Words of wisdom. Like the second third eye. Oh, Lagavulin, you are super dead. Just the deadest. Down, talk to the hand at a minimum here. I'd like to play the Reach Heaven to put the Through Violence in there, but that would wake up the Sleepy Egg Boy. I'm not currently willing to do. But I am now. Sure am now. I could Miracle Eruption, doing another 27 here. That has a good chance of getting me a kill next turn, right? Let's see, Sands of Time would be playable, and that's going to do a minimum of 40-something. You know what? Let's do it. This. I can't Sands of Time strike here. That's fine. Fine. Get another Entropic Brew. Man, the potions this act have been insane. Meat on the bone if we're at or below half. Heal 12. The end of combat. Cut Through Fate would allow us to add more Scry, and that sets us up for some serious Scry synergy, like a Nirvana suddenly becomes really good. Sure. The oft-discussed Bone Zone. One of the best zones there is. Let's see, do we want to upgrade? We're fighting Slime Boss, right? Let's upgrade the Sands of Time to hit heckin' hard. Really only need to play that one time. 175 for a curse. You're out of your mind, Serpent Man. Or out of your mind. Want another eruption, but we apparently now have one. I do want a Conjure Blade really badly. Yes. Oh, I like this deck now. I like this deck now. Minus, you know, the whole we have 2 eruptions thing. I would like to remove both of these. But we got ourselves a Conjure Blade, which says, shuffle an expunger into your draw pile. You deal 9 damage X times a card. It's an investment in future damage. Boy, is it a good one. Thinking we want to upgrade the Scry now that we have 2 eruptions. You know, just in case. Okay, so we have guaranteed divinity next turn. So I think if I worship Expunger, is that is that gonna do what I want it to do? The Sands time does 78. Expunger does this. Boop. Good fight. More divinity. Every turn divinity. Start of your turn, gain 2 mantra. A lot of mantra. That's a lot of mantra. Could also take Judgment, which bops weak enemies pretty effectively. I think we're good at that already, though. Although I do like Judgment as a card. Devotion says, at the start of your turn, gain 2 mantra, or 3 if upgraded. That'll stack with our Damaru, which is already... Oh, it's a drum! Listen to that. I thought it was like a hay bale or something. But it's an instrument of some kind. The sound of the small drum keeps your mind awake, revealing a path forward. How's it going, Oncoming Storm? Hit the 0 to 9 keys on the top row. That is so cool. I had no idea it did that. Is that the case for any of the other relics, or is this the only relic where you can do that, Fele? What's the meat on the bone sound? Splort. Splort. I think it's just that one. What? Not Tingsha? Not Tingsha? How unfortunate. How unfortunate. How's it going? Is La Cruz been live for about 40 minutes right now? Look at that devotion. And... oh, man. Oh. Is this the heart of the Astrolabe? So our 3 options here, which are all pretty good, truthfully. Busted Crown, give us an energy at the start of our turn. Future card rewards have 2 less cards to choose from. Limits us quite a bit moving forward. Runic Dome, gain an energy at the start of our turn, but we can no longer see enemy intents. Or transform and upgrade 3 cards. And you know what I'd really like to do is transform both of these eruptions into something else. And we could get rid of a strike in the process. And I think that's pretty good. I think we're okay. I don't generally take Runic Dome, mostly for the viewer experience. It is harder to follow along as a viewer if you cannot see what the enemy intent is. I think we're in a place where we could take Busted Crown. I think we could get away with it. And the extra energy would be nice. Lets me play both warships on the same turn quite easily. Makes Conjure Blade hit harder. I don't want these eruptions. We could just remove them, like the old-fashioned way. What we got? Oh! What? Oh my god. That's incredible. So, we got a second Conjure Blade. And we also got a Master Reality to go with it, which says whenever a card is created during combat, upgrade it. which means the Conjure Blade expungers will be upgraded, and expungers hit for 15 times X if they're upgraded. It is a ridiculously strong upgrade. The upgraded Sanctity is sweet too, just like block and card draw. That's completely nuts. This is the best deck I've ever had. This is what I want to say. I don't think that's quite true, but that's what it feels like in this moment. This is insane, and I love it. We are a little bit weak on turns 1 and 2, but we have some incredibly good potions. We have an Ambrosia and an Entropic Brew. Yeah, what does this deck need from here? We need a Chemex, and we need... yeah, a Establishment. Or just more energy, somehow. Gonna make a 5 hitting Expunger here. I keep the... make a 4-hit Expunger. If I play Conjure Blade for 0, it'll put an Expunger that hits 9 0 times into the draw pile, so you don't want to play Conjure Blade for 0, as a general rule. Okay, both warships coming up next turn. You can discard that, and that, and that. And you, sir... oh, we didn't draw the Expunger? I think we still have a... yeah, we still have a kill. I think, right? This will be... 70... something? Yeah. That. And that's our life now. I think we want to keep the deck fairly small and compact at the moment. A little bit worried about my front load potential. Like, if I go Divine on turn 1, what can I actually play for damage? Not much. Flying Sleeves out upgraded doesn't fix that, though. If we see randomly upgraded front-loaded attacks, I think I should grab them, but most everything else is a skip. Expunger does not exhaust, no Luop, and that's one of the really powerful things about it, is that it is reusable. Not that I think we'll need to reuse it most of the time, but sometimes we will. Like in a boss fight in particular, that we can play that Expunger multiple times against Champ will be a big deal. For sure. Easy Sapphire Key ever? We're probably not taking too many cards from here. Ceramic Fish will give us a 9 gold every time we take a card, but how often will that be? Often will that be? Probably not often enough. Well now. That's an awfully good pen nib. Also a really good pantograph and a really good master strategy. More card draw makes this pretty much better. Lets us draw to the warships more effectively, lets us get Sands of Time in our hand, lets us get our powers in play. We care a fair bit about that. Orange Pellets lets us remove all our debuffs whenever we play a power attack and a skill in the same turn. We don't really have too many debuffs, none that we're inflicting on ourselves, so basically only what enemies put on us. I am forced to go to another shop momentarily here. And I think a card removal is pretty good too. That pen nib is kind of nuts. Might be overkill, but it's the kind of overkill that is definitely overkill that I want. Yeah, right, Chrono? The pantograph could be really important for our... well, hold on. Is this the kind of deck that's going to take damage against the Spire Elite? Well, yes it is, currently. It is very much that. Or is it? No, I don't think we'll take much at all. Take the pen nib and go to the next store. I think that's my choice. Start your turn, upgrade a random card in your hand for the rest of combat. We'll take the Warp Tongs. Ooh, Nirvana. Whenever you scry, gain some block. Plus we can afford to remove our pain. Feels excellent. We certainly want a little bit more blocking, and yeah, that's just pretty good, right? We have 3 cards that currently trigger scry, and we can get a few more. Even more mantra is an option. I think I just like these two. Include good enough for front load. Actually, yeah, going into Elites this act, yes. It most certainly is. So there's definitely an argument to take that. Can I afford that alongside both of these? That I can. That lets me fight this Elite. Although I don't want to fight this Elite, because I'll be forced into a store. We still do that, actually. Wow, I can fight 4 Elites. Jesus, okay. Alright, Book of Stabbing. Prepare to die. We upgraded our Miracle. That's amazing. I didn't even know it could do that. I had no idea. No idea I worked it like that. So I want to Sanctity into Devotion here. We're gaining now 3 mantra per turn. Do Nirvana 3rd Eye for block, and that's it. Hey, Gross Rocco, just wanted to say that you're watching a lot and enjoying it. I thank you so much for those kind words. Glad you're enjoying the content. So next turn I'm going to go Divinity. We should probably play Conjure Blade this turn. Am I using this Dex Potion? I think I am. And I'll be guaranteed to draw the Expunger. So we should have a kill next turn. Yeah, we should have a kill next turn. Only a 2 hit point Dex Potion. But okay. This will do... how much damage? Deal 45 damage 4 times. Wow. A lot of damage. Another Cut Through Fate when we have Scrying. Protect's pretty good too. Grab one more Cut Through Fate to go with our Nirvana. And upgrade said Nirvana. So it makes a better block source. Okay, not Chemex. We could get a second Sansa time. I think I'm just happy to not take anything here. Oddly, Smooth Stone gives us 1 point of Dex, which makes all of our block cards, in particular the 3rd Eyes, get a fair bit better here. That's nice. Master Reality or Warp Tongues can both upgrade it, and we have both, which is sweet. Do I take a Fire and an Elite or 2 Elites? Becomes my current question. Fire would be an upgrade on Devotion, probably. Maybe even Conclude would be a good upgrade, so that we're really not afraid of the Elites in this act, and then I can still fight 2 more. Let's upgrade Conclude here. I think it's 16 to all. Ow. Okay, this might be my Ambrosia. This will do 48 damage to all enemies. If I play the Ambrosia right now, which is awfully helpful. I could also maybe Miracle... even if I Miracle Sanctity into Worship, I can't play them both. Yeah, that's a good ambrosia right there. Otherwise, this fight is going to be ugly as heck. Let's just bypass that, shall we? Centennial Puzzle! First time we lose hit points each combat, draw 3. Colorless Potion puts one of 3 colorless cards into our hand. Could take a Prostrate, could take a Sig move, could take a Pressure Points. I think we skipped though. Do I rest for this fight? Nah. Just took out Tri-Slaver, so this is a different elite than that? Upgrading now. Conjure Blade is tempting. I think we get Devotion upgraded. Ambrosia is ridiculous as a potion. It is definitely that. Oh god. You're attacking me on turn 1. Free Mayhem seems not that great with this deck. Is it on par with Ghosted Jar? It might even be better than Ghosted Jar. Truthfully, triple damage and 3 energy immediately is a truly absurd power to put in a potion. This is just 6 block. 6 block is reasonable and fine and all that. Did you talk to the hand and reach heaven just to kill you? Maybe I'm thinking ahead the worship. My only regret is that I can't block. Okay. We'll block then. Oh, Miracle got upgraded. That's super helpful. Can talk to the hand and reach heaven. Have it be almost reasonable. Include won't kill on its own, but I can penib it. And I have to draw it now, unfortunately. Okay. Bit of trouble here. I'd like to kill the Gremlin Leader next turn. No way to do that, because I can't enter Divinity. Uh-oh. I can kill both of them. I had to. It's a little bit awkward. I think we have to use the Through Violence to kill a sneaky gremlin here. Just let me get Nirvana in play though, right? Yeah. Okay. Feels a bit odd, but do it. Yeah, I was worried you'd hit me before I had enough mantra. Damn it. So rude. Just didn't line up in such a way that we were able to... We couldn't get our mantra in play because he attacked us on turn 1. And then he attacked us again before the mantra was ready. So I need to now drink this potion. Okay, that definitely helps. Okay, not too bad now. But come on, dude. Gotta be like that. Bag of Marbles helps our front load, putting vulnerable on all of our enemies on turn 1, or otherwise removing artifact. Diva form. Diva form, you say? That's kind of tempting. Upgraded Sash Whip and upgraded Flying Sleeves are also kind of tempting. Poison is silent exclusive only on the beta branch. That's right, Rito. Or if you're still on the main branch, you can find the poison potion on any character. So the reason not to take a Diva form here is that it doesn't help our weak point is our ability to do damage on turn 1 and 2. And a Diva form does not help us do that. Context, do I want to take a Prostrate? I should probably have taken the one that I saw, Nicol Bullish. I am definitely yearning both for a 0 energy block and for more Mantra. Is what that fight against Grim Leader told me. So I think I should have grabbed the last one. I'm still trying to figure out where I am supposed to take it. And my current feeling is that I'm not taking it enough. I think it's more useful than I've been giving it credit. We want to take Sash Whip, or is it Flying Sleeves? I think it's Sash Whip. It's a good thing to add to this deck. We can definitely upgrade with a Fair in a Bottle. How's it going, Doomquill? I am doing most excellent today. Wonder if I would also have been fine last fight if I'd had 2 upgraded warships. So let's fix that problem by upgrading the other warship. Oh, nice. Block. Me. I have all the block in the world. Okay, we have Master Reality in play. I'd like more energy than that, though. Oh god, don't hit me. Uh-oh. Can't weaken him either because of, I have to play the Sash Whip after an attack, but the only attack I can play is Conclude. I could do, I guess, Miracle Sands of Time Sash Whip. I think I'd rather just use the Swift Potion. Yeah, there we go. Cut Through Fate. That'll work. I think we are playing a Miracle this turn. But I can also Devotion. Nice. So if I play Worship, I will gain a ton of energy, and then Conjure Blade hits 7 times. And then I can Worship and Enter Divinity again this turn. And Pen Nimbus. Got him. There's the establishment. There's the establishment. So yeah, why I don't need a Diva form is that why. We already dunk the bosses super hard. We just need to be able to get to the bosses. So there's, as much as it would be satisfying to have it hit more times, there's, doesn't seem like there's a need, right? Good lord. Establishment says, when a card is retained, reduce its cost by 1. We retain Sands of Time, we retain both warships. Wait, is that it? Maybe that's not good enough. We take another Devotion. We can take an Omniscience, choose a card in our draw pile, play it twice. Could be Worship for instant Divinity, could be Doubling up on, like, Conjure Blade hilariously. Through Violence does retain, but it's already 0 cost, so it doesn't benefit from the establishment. Reach heaven through violence, yes. That's a reference to what? It's called Kill 6 billion demons? Is that what the name of that is? Yeah, kill 6 billion demons. A webcomic. This is a legit tough choice, not gonna lie. Could also be a skip here. As weird as that feels. Did the big chair get jealous? Big chair. Big chair is definitely missing out on some action today. And no, King Koopa, Path to Victory got renamed into Pressure Points. Second Omniscience. Which opens the way for a Snecko Eye. Wow. We could also take Sacred Bark, doubling the effectiveness of potions. We could take Cursed Key, giving me an extra energy every turn. Or Snecko Eye says draw 7, have them at random costs. That's great with Omniscience. It's pretty good with 2-cost warships. It's very good with Sands of Time. And Snecko Eye is great here. That's a very good Snecko Eye. Give me that. So, at the start of each turn, we draw 2 extra cards. And we start combat confused, which means that our cards always randomly cost 0, 1, 2, or 3, with an equal chance of each of those outcomes. So something like Omniscience and Sands of Time always get energy reduction from Snecko Eye. Always. We're trying to get 20 tungsten rods. It'll work. Just a guaranteed way to win, right? We won a lot of events, couple of elites, no shop. We'll get one next act, and probably one in a question mark. Plus we have a Juicer Bracelet, so that is the immediate value play here. Looks insane. So I can Omniscience Worship to enter Divinity immediately. I think I will do that. Why would you not? Then our opponent is dead. Just beat 820 for the first time. Congrats, Lippy J. That is heckin' awesome. I wonder if Mental Fortress is good here. Because so often we're going in and out of Divinity. Mental Fortress and Divinity work better together than I realized previously. When you enter Divinity, you gain 6 block, and then at the start of the next turn, you leave Divinity, and that is also 6 block. So I think we're going to take that. Why yes, my Sands of Time does cost 0 on turn 1. So glad you noticed. Plus 39 is 954. Slay the nerd. That's amazing, Rekko, yeah. Or, Rido. Yep, it is actually called Snecko Eye. The name of the creature. It's a snake plus a gecko. It's a Snecko. Man, that Conclude has proven quite effective. I'm glad we picked it up. The Snecko Eye makes Weave less good. Otherwise, I would probably consider taking it, given the amount of Scry that we have. But if we can't guarantee that it's 0 cost, we're not quite so interested in returning it to our hand constantly. Winding halls. Now we'll retrace our steps. Madness gets overridden by Snecko, I think? Can't remember now. Don't want to get cursed. But I do want to look at colorless cards, because Apotheosis is kind of okay. There's some other good high-cost colorless cards, or even low-cost colorless cards like Panic Button. Good. Discovery with Snecko Eye is kind of interesting. Get Discovery, we'll take a Panic Button too. Gain 30 block, you cannot gain block from cards for the next 2 turns, but you can gain block from non-card sources. I'm gonna grab my Recall now, in case we need to rest. We do have a Regal Pillow. And we're gonna fight the Reptomancer. Who's gonna regret just about everything that's about to happen. So I'm allowed to look at the top billion cards of the deck. Could play Nirvana first for more block. I want to do that. Possibly. I think we Discovery first. 5 damage to a random enemy 5 times, you say. Ah. Oh, we can pull Conclude into our hands, and if it costs any reasonable amount, I can do funny stuff with that. Or I can put Worship into my hand and potentially Divinity Ragnarok Pendiv on turn 1. Shit, wouldn't be Pendived. Wouldn't be Pendived. Or would be Pendived. So that'd be 15, 22 times 5. That's a ton of damage. That's a filthy amount of damage. Good lord. Let's try that. PogChamp. Well, that's insane. Well, that's just insane. Good turn 1. Good turn 1. Boop. Shuriken! Every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain some strength.
4
We'll take
months
another
of
third
support. We are extremely impressed.
Martin P, thank you so much for 4 months. Tier 1 support, greatly appreciate the continued Council funding, and in return, enjoy the renewed smug sense of superiority. 2 more months till that shiny red Ironclad energy badge.
Commander, we've just received the support of another council member.
Morsha, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Enjoy the new emotes, the community, and of course, that newfound smug sense of superiority. So many subs today. This way? Yeah, this way. Upgrade our... Honestly, Panic Button's tempting. Conjure Blade is good. Talk to the Hand is going to be good against the Heart. Although we can upgrade that going to Act 4. Look less comfy today, it's true. Sad, but true. Get our second Conjure Blade upgraded. Blue Candle. If we somehow end up with a curse, we can now play it. This can be a big old expunger. Giant Hit will give me plenty of time to set up. Don't want to take any of this damage. An Omniscience for a block card and play it twice. Only blocks for 6, so I have to block for 7 more. Might be a panic button turn. Otherwise, I'm like double casting Third Eye with Omniscience. Rude. Well, I can double worship this turn, giving me 4 energy. Then we can talk to the hand Expunger. That won't kill Giant Head, but it'll definitely do some damage. Yeah. The old block strike, as they call it. So if I play Worship for 3, we go into Divinity immediately. I can also Omniscience to double cast Expunger if I want to. Would that be enough damage to win? Well, that's 39 times 5. That's just more than enough right already, right? 39 times 5. Oh yeah. Got him. I mean, we have a Snecko Eye, so Wish. Choose one, gain 6 plated armor, 3 strength, or 25 gold. Seems really good. It's a block card, it's a damage card. Strength makes Expunger hit 1,000,000 times harder. Heck yeah. Probably our upgrade, too. Who's all 400 gold, gain a relic. Not today. Snecko Oil's pretty good. Draw 5 cards and randomize the cost of our hand is powerful as heck when we have a Snecko Eye. So we get to re-randomize as well as draw more cards. Not sure how I feel about Essence of Steel. Certainly we're going to swap the Fear Potion for the Snecko Whale. Do I want Dex or Essence? Probably Dex. Yeah, let's go with Dex. We're going to keep the Fairy in a bottle here. Freaking Expunger here. Uh-oh. Zero cost Omniscience feels real nice right about now. I can go Divine immediately if I want to. I don't think I want to. Although if I double Mental Fortress, it could be a lot of block to do so. Double Mental Fortress sounds great, truthfully. I gain 12 block when I change stances, like so. And we gain 12 block on the next turn, too. Does getting 10 Mantra repeatedly refresh the energy we get? If we are currently in Divinity, we can't enter Divinity again. So if I gain 10 Mantra while I'm already in Divinity stance, then I don't get anything. But if I leave Divinity by entering a different stance, or just by leaving my stance with a Leave Your Stance card, like if I leave Divinity before the end of the turn, I can re-enter Divinity on the same turn and get the benefits again. But you have to leave the stance in order to get the benefits again. Let's see. I want to get Tuck the Hand down. I want to get Wish down. Strength. KO. Tragic.
Excellent work, Commander.
Yeah.
This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Ishimaru Keiji, thank you so much for those 2 months. Twitch Prime support. Enjoy your 2nd month of superiority, and thank you so much for continuing to support the stream. I'm sure that I would look good no matter what I did with my hair, Rabbit Thief. Let's see, we're fighting the Wokend Blokend. I gotcha, yeah. Appreciate the... the reason I reacted like that is I literally just got my haircut today. But you didn't necessarily know that. I appreciate the intent. I think I'm gonna upgrade Panic Button for 10 more block. It's a pretty good upgrade. Am I gonna use it on turn 1? Maybe. Probably not. Does the Jaw Bank proc in between the Act 20 double boss? Yes, Zedio, wait. It counts as an additional floor that you visit. So Maw Bank is slightly better on A20 than it is on any other difficulty, hilariously. I'm willing to take some damage here. We go Vigilance, and then I can Conjure Blade for quite a bit here. Otherwise I'm doing like Vigilance, Miracle, Sanctity. I think I'd rather just do Miracle. Conjure Blade instead. Take our 9 damage here. Why no Tuck the Hand upgraded? As I didn't think I would need it for the Awaken 1 fight. I'd rather upgrade that at the start of the next act, although we might end up resting. Hilarious. That ends up being the case. Okay, I have both warships, so I'm allowed to enter Divinity right now. I probably will, as that will allow me to KO at least 1 bird immediately here. As well as give me an overall arse load of energy, I think is the technical term. Seven. This kills no matter what. I'm wondering if I play Wish for the strength. Probably for the plated armor here, truthfully. Mawbang is the best artifact on A20. You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. Eat 1 bird with 1 oddly smooth stone. Okay, so we're gonna go... I want to play Sands of Time, Sash Whip. That's 1, 3. Play Wish, Defend, probably Discovery over Nirvana and look for block. Okay. I was meant to play Wish. No, we're doing plated armor. That's right. Gain 8 plated armor. And a wallop. Deal 9 damage, gain block equal to the unblocked damage dealt. You don't have to tell me twice. Looks like a pretty easy 6 times 4 to block. Currently wearing your hair as a hat because it's cold, because it's winter, and winter is rude. Winter is rude. I'm kind of cold here too. I could like cover up my newly shaved head with my hood or something. Be like a Sith streamer. It's ridiculous on the camera. Ah. Give her a second Conjure Blade. Omniscience could fetch Expunger? That'd be cute. Could fetch Third Eye for me. Otherwise, hold on. We have 17 block currently. This is 24 plus 10, 34. 17 plus 18 is 35, so we have a full block. So what am I on about? Got him. See what we can do here. It takes one of these warships to go Divinity. My Divinity Penniba Sands of Time. We're doing 100-something damage. Otherwise, I'm taking some... I have to Sands of Time Sash Whip if I want to weaken the Awakened one. So I will do that. Trying to avoid giving Awakened one extra strength here by playing powers is the current goal. Not sure I'm succeeding at it properly, like. Deploy the vigilance there. Took on Ascension 18 and 19 on all characters. What should you do? It is definitely a tough place to be at. The Ascension 17, 18, and 19 are some of the hardest Ascensions. And they really required, at least for me, they required a huge shift in my playing style to succeed at more. I had to take riskier plays early on. I had to draft damage earlier on more frequently. So if you're looking, and before you start asking what should I change about my playstyle, my question to you would be, are you enjoying trying to triumph on these Ascension levels? Do you enjoy having the game control to some extent what deck that you assemble? I think it's for many it's a totally valid answer to say I would simply prefer to play on the lower difficulties. That's part of what I found really enjoyable about the ladder streak, is that I get to revisit the lower difficulties, where I have a lot more creative freedom when it comes to what deck I assemble. And the fundamentals that I've created allow me to succeed with a wide variety of different strategies. But there was definitely a long period of time where A20 was a bit of a slog for me, and it felt to me like I could only win with a handful of decks. And as I've gotten better and better, the amount of decks I can win A20 with has broadened more and more. But if you are enjoying the punishment, though, then I would say try to take as many elites in Act 1 as you can, and draft accordingly, and see how your runs go from there. You're quite a conservative player. Yeah, I think if you're looking to succeed on the highest Ascension levels, you'll have to let go of some of that security feeling, and accept that, like, sometimes you're gonna die in Act 1. And that's okay, because the runs that get out of Act 1 are going to be runs in a great position to succeed. So go risky. Fight some elites. That's the advice. Alright, what am I doing on this turn? We're looking at 22 damage. I have 8 plated armoire. I say just defend Sanctity. And we automatically enter Divinity at the start of our next turn. Super elite on floor 5. Hey, I mean, if you win it, you'll be in great shape. If you don't, you won't. But that's okay. Okay, worship coming up. Don't actually need that. Okay, ideally we get Devotion in play next turn. Oh, I didn't actually play Devotion, so I wasn't going into Divinity automatically. So the goal is then to either play a big Conjure Blade off the energy from Divinity here. Oh yeah, definitely. And also win. And get Devotion in play. Okay, definitely then. go like this. 51 times 4. Native Ocean. Play Conjure Blade for 7. Good stuff. 17 damage 7 times. By which I mean 51 damage 7 times. GG. Bang. That was savage. Two thumb or not two thumb, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of this evil? $12.02. That's almost as much damage as we just did. Right, Girl Elephant? Yeah, it was actually just like, it was 7 or 9, like, it was, yeah. That number got real big real quick, is what happened. Hey, we even get to go to full health with Lee's Waffle here. We can take another Nirvana to gain more block, which I think I do want. Energy relics are good, card removal's good. This shop makes me feel good when I look at it. Maybe I think I take all 3 relics and the Nirvana. It means leaving 1 strike in, and you know what? I'm okay with that. Delicious. Delicious. Pancakes! I mean, pancakes are pretty good too, actually. I like a good pancake. Now now I'm just imagining now a pancake that is layered between 2 waffles. I really want that. Somebody make that happen. Ban the streamer for pancake sympathizing. Okay, we're gonna set up a Pendib here. Strike, reach heaven. And I can defend. We definitely play Devotion. That means I only need 1 thingy to go Divine next turn. And we'll have a Divine thingy next turn too. Cool. The thingy. The thingy value is real. So I'm going Devotion, Reach Heaven, Third Eye, Strike, Defend. That's only 3 energy. Actually, I can afford one more energy worth of thing. But I don't want to play anything, so I'm not gonna. Pancake to ring, if you will. But I trade all of my relics right now for 19 tungsten rods. I think so? Yeah, I think so. Although that would mean giving up the Snecko Eye? Hold on. Maybe not. Now I have no idea. Okay, Talk to the Hand's coming up, that's good. Strikes, less so. Do I want to take a little bit of damage so that I draw even more cards next turn? Becomes the question. We can draw a 10-card hand. If I face away. Draw a 10-card hand. That's worth it here. I still didn't draw a Worship? Really? Interesting. Wow. What a weird hand. Not ideal. Actually really bad. How do I use this? We could re-roll the cost of our hand. That would help. But it doesn't change the fact that we have no way to turn around here, which is the current problem. It's definitely not the costs we wanted. It could get worse if we use the Snecko Oil. Let's see, if I was to Omniscience for anything, it would be for Third Eye? Probably. Yeah, even if I end turn right now, we live. We do have a Fairy in a Bottle. I meant die in the metaphorical sense, where things go terribly. But you're right. We don't actually die on this turn, no matter what. And our upcoming turns look pretty good, in that we will kill them both very shortly. So all I have to do is block this turn for 1,000,000 block damage. Do I plan on playing any Path of Exile in the new league? I do not, Kuiki, at the moment. Haven't got the real life time for it. I do plan on playing... What am I planning on playing? I'm going to be checking out MechWarrior 5 in some capacity pretty soon. I haven't decided if that's going to be on stream or not. Current wave of reviews coming in are advising to wait for a patch, so I might end up doing that. Alright, I'm going to... play the Sanctity first, just for the 10 block. I haven't played PoE since the incident. True. Okay, we got a 0-cost Discovery and a 0-cost Wish. I'll take that. That feels pretty good. Sanctity stayed at 1 cost, so we can do Discovery, Sanctity... And then I might be able to do, like, Vigilance into Divinity. Ooh, like a third. Okay, that turned out great, actually. We don't want to draw any of that, do we? No. Wow. Couldn't find either warship. Crazy. It's crazy. How good is Omniscience into Warship? It's... lets me play... Oh, it lets me get 2 more energy... Ah, I could have gotten 2 more energy from Vigilance with that. As it is, it gives me 1 more energy, so I can do Vigilance and Defend. I think it's better to Omniscience Third Eye. What I should have done was play Vigilance and then Omniscience for the Warship. But I might not have had the energy to do that. Yeah, I don't think I did. Dang. Yeah, that lets me do Vigilance Defend. So I think we Omniscience Third Eye instead. Take the 8 plated armor to save us 8 hit points.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Wakarana, thank you so much for those 2 months Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate the continued council funding in return. Enjoy finding out what that button did. 156 or 180. I can dunk this guy. I can follow that up with Sands of Time Strike. Can I get them both? Strike is 18. 156 divided by 18 is 70. No. Or wait, not divided by 3. Excuse me. 6 divided by 2. Yeah, that will be enough. Okay, so I can do this. us 7 max hit points from Strawberry, and another Talk to the Hand, which will block for 3 whenever we smack the heart, which we will be doing quite a bit, so I would like another one of those. Alright, we have less health for the heart than I'd hoped, but we do have a turn 1 Talk to the Hand Mental Fortress, and that's feeling pretty good. We also have 3 decks. If we play a card immediately, we're going to take a damage from Beat of Death, which will cause me to attempt to draw 3 cards with Centennial Puzzle, but my hand is going to be full, so I'll only draw 1. Means I probably want to Third Eye before I Talk to the Hand. Does mean we're playing Conjure Blade for less, but maybe we're not playing Conjure Blade this turn at all. I would definitely like Omniscience next turn. That sounds very helpful. If I get Master Reality in play here, I think I do.
The aliens are disturbing.
We go from there. Vidrios, thank you so much for those 5 months. Tier 1 support, only 1 more until a shiny Watcher energy badge. And I know that Watcher is an anagram from We Are Chat. Wow. Big if true. Okay, mildly terrifying. 0 cost Omniscience, 0 cost Nirvana. Feels pretty nice, though. Feels really good. Let's Lowest Potion. What I had in mind, I think Panache is okay. But none of these do a whole lot for me. Also, we're going to draw 3 more cards from Beat of Death. What? Share? What is Share doing here? So do I lead with Omniscience? Currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in hand, so I shouldn't have played that potion yet. I think I'm losing out on card draw now because I did that. Oh yeah, the potion got upgraded though from the Master Reality. Did fail to realize that would happen. Okay. This turn could have been worse in a lot of ways. I'm gonna forestall drawing these. On the mood to deal with them. Conjure Blade's not going to get played yet. Do I get Devotion down? Probably need to do that, right? That feels important. Oh boy, we're going to proc Meat on the Bone for I think the first time this run. We have 6, so if we play Worship, we immediately enter Divinity stance. Which will cause me to triple damage this turn. I can Vigilance and then Worship to get even more energy this turn, which I think I do want to do. And that gives me tons of Mental Fortress block as well. We go up to 5 energy here. I think we're playing Wish for Strength, not Plated Armor. So I gotta play that before I start attacking here. Could take the gold. Okay, weak will help a lot here. The 139. 3 strength, 3 dex, but we're only on 3 base energy. I'm not sure I can afford to do that. Take the signature move, though. If I can play it. Okay, so this lets me go Divinity again when we need it, which will be next turn. But we will definitely need it. Looking pretty good here. Truthfully. That Reach Heaven Blade. Panic Button, not next turn, but 2 turns from now sounds great. Wow. That is a heck of a lot of damage. Oh, I win? Right? Is that where we're at? Do I just win? Oh! I just win. GG. G freaking G. That was a nutty run. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Best Astrolabe ever, right, Champion Beef? That's what I'm thinking. What a glorious run. Shame we didn't actually use the Conjure Blade at all during the heart fight. You'd think we were gonna, but we didn't. Still, so very satisfying to see that card doing such incredible work. Did I release the fairy? We did! The top of the Spire. Be free, fairy. Be free. I love this new victories. We don't have proper, like, actual the splash art for the Watcher yet. But this was added a couple of days ago, and it is gorgeous. Heckin' G, everybody. Now what? Getting done. Fire sleeps, and so shall I. So shall the I Run Clad, who's going to be climbing up Ascension 8 here on our next run. See you later, Niddles. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for dropping by. Transform 2 is kind of cute. Our pathing looking like. I like to look at my pathing before I choose an option, because it helps me know how much risk I'm allowed to incorporate into my starting pick. If I'm doing something like taking an early Burning Elite, or doing several elites in a row, that tells me that I need to get some positive power level out of the starting pick, because if I don't, then I will probably perish very quickly. Whereas if I'm getting fires before the elite fight, if I'm getting a shop that could remove a curse, these things allow me to take a path, or these paths allow me to take a starting bonus that has a negative value to me if we end up with a curse in exchange for something, or money that we don't spend immediately, or if we take a boss relic and it turns into a coffee dripper, or something that will risk our life in the short term. It's a lot safer to do that. So let's see, we got a couple options. Usually we're trying to, as always, maximize the number of combined fires and elites, and I'm liking this path up the left here. It's 2 elites and 3 fires. Is there anything better we can do? Do 3 elites and 2 fires, if we can take out an early elite. Do the same in a slightly different configuration if we go kind of up the middle, but there's nothing that gets better than those numbers. We could try to snipe 1 or more elites here. With enemies in our next combat have 1 health, there is a entirely question mark route leading to this elite, giving us an almost guaranteed free fight here. have to get 2 random combats out of 4 question marks, which is possible, but not particularly likely. And we have some flexibility in our pathing, so maybe I take a Transform. I think Transform 2 here is pretty nice. Transform 1 strike, 1 defend, get 2... It's essentially like getting 2 removals and adding 2 random cards to our deck. And that can lead to some really seriously powerful starts. Let's try that. Juggernaut Clash. I mean, not great together, exactly. But they're both pretty good cards. Clash on below Ascension 10 is a very powerful, cheap attack card. And we only have 4 non-attack cards in the deck, so at least in these opening combats, it's going to be very good. And we'll get better and better as we add more attacks. Like a second copy of Clash would be perfect at this point. So I can see us potentially taking like 3 leads if we wanted to. With the right card picks. We go this way? We go this way? I don't like the 4 hallway fights in a row very much, though. I want to get some events in there. Okay, so we're gonna go to this fire. Or this route. Juggernaut Strike. Next turn we play Defend Bash Clash. We know that we're playing Defend Bash Clash. Perfect. Got him. Beautiful. I think your first win was Flex and a bunch of clashes. It just works. It just works. Speaking of Flex, I think Armaments is okay as well. Although that is making Clash harder to play if we take an Armaments. Who's our boss? Perfected Strike's not the greatest. We only have 4 strikes, so this Perfected Strike is only doing a base of 16 damage for 2 energy, which is not great. Or less than a Carnage, unupgraded. I think Slime Boss. Hard to say skip here, but it might be the pick. Things I'd really like to see right now include Anger, Iron Wave, Uppercut, Cleave. Mostly attack cards. That's not the attack card I want. I'll try the Flex out. I don't feel okay not taking a card. Headbutt Rampage. Ooh, I like Headbutt and Rampage both at the moment. Headbutt in particular feels great for fetching back Flash or Flex. Or even letting me play Juggernaut again. Or not again, but played another chance at playing Juggernaut after I missed it the first time. What I meant to say there. Okay, kind of want to just remove Jug. We could transform it again. I don't know how I like it here. I like Juggernaut as a card. I don't like it right now. I would never transform this Clash. No way. No way. And I think, yeah, if I'm gonna remove something, it should be a transform instead. We reroll the Juggernaut. It is the worst card in the deck right now. It will be good later if we need more damage. Don't know that we do. Dual wield. I like it. I like it. Dual wield lets me duplicate an attack or power card, and that can be Clash. And it'll be Clash more likely if I start removing more cards here. So I'm quite tempted by Cleric's removal option. We're at full health. Let's take the removal. Ooh, another early Entropic Brew. The Spire really wants me to have all the potions tonight, huh? How fortuitous. I think specifically I think maybe Bash is the better upgrade, but I'm thinking... Nah, let's get the Flex upgraded. I was thinking about upgrading Dual Wield there, but I can get triple clashes off sometimes. This feels better-ish. Second Flex. Sever Soul pairs hilariously well with Clash, letting me exhaust all non-attack cards in my hand. I want a second Flex, do I? Ascension 8? Double Flex build. I upgrade it, maybe? I'm thinking harder about this now. Have I taken Sacred Bark very often? I've taken it quite a bit, and I have loved it almost every time. I don't think I have the upgrade to give it to this Flex. If I was going to take it, I wanted to upgrade it. I'm going to skip. I think we're quite good against a Lagavulin here. Oh my gosh, yes we are. This is Flex. Bash, dual wield the Clash, play it twice. Doing how much damage? How much damage? Seems like an appropriate amount to do. I can get a kill. Do I need to use the Close Potion? Let's give it a shot. Let's see what's in here. Blind is definitely gonna help. It saves me 5 damage this turn. Yeah, nothing else is any good. 5 damage this turn. Possibly 5 damage next turn. Should you just block a lot next turn? That feels okay. Do it that way. Need more clashes. TBH. Agreed. Cool. Feel good about that potion use. Prayer Wheel says normal enemies drop an extra card reward. And I like these. I like these cards a lot. Spot weakness is immediate strength gain. Immediate strength gain. Permanent immediate strength gain, which is quite important. Demon Form is long-term lots of strength gain. And is more expensive by quite a bit. Take the spot weakness. Because of that expensiveness. Soul-forming Clay says whenever we lose health, gain 3 block next turn, and that's pretty good too. That's pretty good too. Probably better to strike twice. In retrospect. Let's see, so 13, 16, not quite enough, but if I strength potion, I do get to kill you. Alright, do that then. Seemed reasonably worth it. I probably don't want to put Clash back on top with all these days coming up. If I had to guess, that would be a bad idea. Let's see. A bit more damage in this fight still. We got tons of potions. Courtesy of Entropic Brew, so... I'm thinking we can take out the Burning Elite pretty easily. Regal Pillow. When we rest, heal 15 more is always good, and yeah, some sort of effective strength scaling card is what the deck really wants now, and a Sword Boomerang is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So we visit the shop. I could go for 2 upgrades, but I think I'd rather knock out the Burning Elite here. Some pretty good things here. I haven't done a daily challenge in a while, Artfold. I should try it again sometime. Wonder how easy it would be to top the scoreboards these days. When I do the dailies, in the past I have shot for high score, and we've done as high as getting first on the daily leaderboard a couple of times. Be cool to revisit it. I very much enjoyed the alternate playstyle it encourages. I think a flame and a battle trance would be great. I think a card removal would be great. I think trip would be great. I think orange pellets would be great. Well, orange pellets currently does nothing because we have no powers, but we will get powers probably, and they will let us keep the bonus from flex or the bonus from the speed potion. Battle trance is very good. Well, is it though? Battle trance and clash actually don't go that well together unless you really have a low skill density in the deck. If I'm playing a deck that doesn't want to take a battle trance, I'm probably playing the wrong kind of deck, right? That feels correct to say. How do you go for high score? Oh, there's so many little modifiers that can give you a score bonus. So you want to shoot for things like you get a 100-point bonus at the end of the run if you have no duplicate cards. So a lot of the times you want to build a deck that has no more than one copy of any card for that big score bonus. Or if you're not doing that, you're looking to get as many copies of the same cards as you can for what are called collector bonuses. Every 4 copies of the same card is 25 points. You want to do things like beat the run in less than 45 minutes for an extra 50 points. You want to do things like hit as many elites as you can, and don't take damage when you fight those elites, because there's a 25-point bonus per elite that you don't take damage on. You don't want to take damage on any of the bosses. You want to make sure you get 25 relics, because there's a score bonus for that. You want to make sure you get as much gold as you can, and if you can, you definitely want to get 5 curses, because that's another 100 points. Whole bunch of different little score modifiers like that. The Slay the Spire wiki page on score has a pretty good breakdown of all the different ways to get more. And if you're interested in like optimizing score on a run, I heartily recommend giving that a look. It becomes this interesting game of seeing which of the daily modifiers are in play, work towards different score bonuses, and like leaning on that. So in in dailies where you're getting 3 copies of one card whenever you pick one up. Is that called collector? Hoarder, that's it, hoarder. You can get tons of duplicate card bonuses in those by just deliberately taking cards at basically every card reward screen. Notice the merchant's rug is not for sale. It isn't. Cannot buy the rug. Cannot buy the rug. We take the battle trance and the inflame, not the orange pellets. Okay. Looks like a pretty good flex bash boomerang turn. Too good to ignore. So I flex. Spot weakness. Dual wield the clash. Be enough damage. We're gonna do 96. Not 96, 36. Plus 23 times 2. 82. We're 7 damage short. Wondering if I drink this potion now. If we get a little bit more damage out of it, we can kill this enemy right now and have more health. But it's also possible that we can just take the 20 damage and then win the act with the Entropic Brew still intact. We'll just take the 20 damage. We'll do this, though. Yeah, I think that was the right call, especially with Blood Vial healing us 2 more every combat. Second Headbutt. Second Wind is probably quite nice. Exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand. Lets us play Clash a little bit more. Lets us get block out of some stuff as well. Let's do that. It was good with throwing a ton of cards, like so. Now it gets a second win for full block and headbutt the Battle Trance back on top of my deck. Hopefully letting us kill this opponent on this turn. That Flex is so good. Flex is so good. Dang. It's that zero cost immediate strunk. That's a corruption. Hi, corruption. You want to be in my deck? Probably. I'm okay with a Twin Strike, too. For another good strength scaling attack. I'd prefer another Sword Boomerang, but the targetedness of the Twin Strike is quite helpful. Yeah, this deck feels like it wants a corruption. Corruption purely for the clash value. Unfortunate that I can't take the Prismatic Shard here. But I can't afford to remove a card. And I think I'd like to do that. Strike out of here. Of all the things this deck can upgrade, feeling the Corruption the most, but there's plenty of good candidates. We want to upgrade just about everything we have, truthfully. Skip Pellets with Flex, skip Pellets with Flex and no powers. That's why I skipped it. It would have been a long-term investment, which is a reasonable one to make, I think. Pellets is great at paying off in the long run. This Corruption upgraded. Flex. Okay, so we are being bonked on next turn. But if I headbutt Flex, it's actually going to work out well. We drew the spot weakness on the slam turn. That was so unlikely to work out, but here we are. We'll take it. Ah. Four. Cool. Yeah, I think saving the Entropic Brew was probably the good call. Was probably a good call, given how that fight went. I want the Juggernaut back. I think I want a Brutality with a Self-Forming Clay for sure, right? Start your turn, lose 1 health, and draw 1 card. Pretty good. Good as Fiend Fire. Not as good, not as good. We want more card draw, and Brutality is great for that right now. Also opens us up to being able to take a Rupture, which would be pretty cool. I did. I did, in fact, draw spot weakness on this lamb turn. Your skill, I assure you. Oh my gosh! Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I get to intentionally take this runic cube. I'm so excited. I get to actually take this runic cube on purpose. Runic cube says, whenever you lose hit points, draw one card. Pandora, though, we only have 5 strengths and defense, so we're not transforming a whole lot with the Pandora's box. We take the Philosopher's Stone to give us extra strength. I hear your frustration, silly squirrel, but I don't think that expressing that as a desire to die comes across as, even I know as intended as a joke. I think it is, how do I phrase this? Something I'd like to avoid, if possible. Like, suicide is a deadly serious topic. And to joke about it, I don't think is something I am wanting to have in the community. If that makes sense. And I hope you understand why. No worries, you're not in trouble or anything, but I just wanted to express a boundary there. Yeah, I hear you. It's okay to be frustrated. And you got plenty other ways to express that. Think of how many clashes we could play with Runic Cube. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I saw the real enabler for this, by the way, is the corruption. If we take the Runic Cube, we can put ourselves into a situation where we're drawing 7 cards per turn. Every turn. And normally, that doesn't help you that much, because you can't afford to. But we have a corruption here, which can let us play as many skills as we can draw. And we also have some zero-cost attacks.
We've just received the support of another council member.
Color Duran, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Enjoy the emotes community and, of course, the newfound smug sense of superiority. Take ourselves a cube. I need 125 gold for my next removal. Maybe remove here. Although, what's our pathing gonna look like? Maybe we just go this shot. First streamer to pronounce your username right on the first try.
Commander,
pure skill.
We've just received the support of another council
and Haligonian89, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub as well. Welcome to the council. Enjoy the new emotes community and, of course, your newfound smug sense of superiority. Am I killing elites with this deck? I think I am, truthfully. I think we're pretty good at that, and we have 5 potions, too. Which is a big deal. We do want a few more upgrades. The dual wields suddenly get a lot better. These upgrades on spot weakness and flame are both good, too.
This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Life Seaton, thank you so much for that tier 1 support. For 2 months, greatly appreciate the continued council funding.
Commander,
and Yake87,
one of our most
valued
supporters,
today
says continued support of the XCOM project.
Thank you both for continuing to support the stream. Means a heck of a lot. Yeah. So it looks like I get 2 elites and a couple of fires. So we're gonna go to that shop. We'll start here. So we'll start here. Getting hit for 1x6 isn't even the worst thing in the world. Go Brutality, Defend, Bash. One of the ones is buffing Strength. And next turn I'm going to have a lot of cards and a fair bit of block too. shabby. I don't get to block for much, because I just don't have that many block cards. I can play this Corruption. And then I can Battle Trance. Or I can Battle Trance first, right? Yes. Okay, so we have block cards. I can second wind for a lot of block here. And then I can knock one out of the air with Twin Strike, Strike. That's good. Okay, we'll do that. This will be you. So I could have... I should have counted my block. I could have played the flex before I did that too. That's okay. Either way, so Corruption is gone. Tragically. Is this a second win and then repeat the mistakes of the past? It's a spot weakness second win. Yeah, spot weakness second win. There we go. There you. Flash. Beautiful. I should be able to knock them both out, right? If I go Sword Boomerang. Yeah. Twin Strike Strike. Take no damage here. And we're going to be in range for Burning Blood to heal us all the way back up at the end of this. Nonsense. Pure nonsense. Upgraded Sword Boomerang. I don't think I said hi, Dark Twinge. Hope you're having a good one. I wish I haven't been able to tune into your stream in a while, because I've been on a more daytime sleep schedule, and I missed your streams. You did get me addicted to Metzi off stream, though. I need you to know. You share blame for that. Sentinel feels pretty good in this deck with our Corruption. Plus, we do need more block cards, so I will take it and the Sword Boomerang. Apparitions. We value our max health a fair bit. Apparitions could let us do hot nonsense, and apparitions with Corruption are hot nonsense. So maybe we just use that as our blocking mechanism. Main downside to apparitions is they add 5 cards to your deck. But they entirely solve our blocking issue, and let us truly embrace the Runic Cube and Self-Forming Clay synergy. Like, we can just go to make our enemies deal 1 damage to us is exactly the amount of damage we want to take. Because of the Self-Forming Clay and the Runic Cube. Sure. Do it. Let's do it. These apparitions make us intangible, and that says enemies do 1 damage until the end of the turn. Or any source of damage you would take is reduced to 1, is more precisely what it says. And that just means I draw more cards. Is Apparition a good card? It might be. Jury's still out, but it might be. Bamboozled by the chair switching. So say we all. Spotwick just no! The chosen one! Ooh, Whirlwind is pretty spicy here. Whirlwind would be our first source of AoE. The only problem with Whirlwind is that it's energy dependent, and we just don't have very much energy. You know, this is an ironclad deck you can get behind. Heck yeah, Mathematician. Heck yeah. Still laddering? You betcha. What if I actually want this Whirlwinds? Let me skip all of this. Merchants? I guess I can go this way now. I don't have to go to two back to... I don't have to go to back-to-back stores here. Shockwave. Make all our opponents weak and vulnerable is something I like to do in a deck that has corruption. The weak doesn't apply so much, but the vulnerable's great. I think we're also... That leaves us open to remove Bash in the future. Pretty good. Okay, we'll take a Shockwave then. Uh-oh. I suppose this is gonna happen occasionally, right? Terrifying. How do I take less than 24 damage here? We do have Regal Pillow, so I can actually rest off all this damage, and we can still try to fight the Elite. Or I can chug a lot of potions right now. Those are my two options. I think we rest and then chug a lot of potions against the Elite. That's fine. Oh, relics were so bad we ended up with Cube. It wasn't that the other relics were bad, but rather that this is the rare situation where the Cube is good. Partly due to our brutality and partly due to our corruption. So that we can get and use tons of card draw. You lose hit points from a card, gain a point of strength. That would be 1 strength per turn once we upgrade the brutality.
Commander,
I need that right
one
now.
of our most valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM
Johnny
project.
5 Rules, thank you so much for those 11 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate that continued council funding, and in return, enjoy being 1 step away from that next energy badge in 1 heckin' year. Like a cultist potion. I'm not sure it's worth including at the moment. Because we don't value that kind of slower gain as much now that we have the apparitions. That's where I end up landing. Okay, yeah, I'm very glad that I rested. I am extremely glad that I rested. Just the most glad that I chose to do that. Okay, perfect. Block potions, what I needed here. Also, try to Gambler's Brew into one of our apparitions. I think is a good idea. So the brutality in play, we draw 7 cards per turn, and the corruption only makes this way sillier. Especially with the Dark Embrace from the Power Potion, we can now play as many cards as we want. I mean that. So I'm just going to play every apparition that the deck has. We're going to dual wield Clashes. There's a wounded raw too. Oh no, the wounds! This is awkward. Yep. Okay, well that's mildly hilarious. And bad. But we still have... No, we don't have second wind anymore. This will be fine. I have 5 turns of intangibility to kill them, so it doesn't need to be that fast. Means we want to kill the one that weakens us first, because we don't care about vulnerable at all. Although I do care about entangle. Interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, we're gonna be fine. So fine. Yeah, I want to buy a medkit. We definitely want that. Ornamental Fan says gain 4 block whenever we play 3 attacks, which is huge. Cultist Potion gives us 1 strength at the end of every turn, which will help us beat Champ. And the Iron Wave Plus is not bad, legit. So Whirlwind and Double Tap are also both tempting. With Ornamental Fan, the Iron Wave is a very solid amount of block. Where'd the big chair go? Big chair is currently in another castle. But I'm hoping it'll return soon. It's got a new desk. And I have to make height adjustments to something if the big chair is going to feature. Playing 3 clashes beat Champ? Yes, every time. Every time. Gotta get that brutality upgraded. Let them hit me. That was the whole point behind taking the apparitions, but that was that I can do this. Would having only Clash and Unceasing Top be a win, even against Time Eater? If you were on Ascension 0? Yes, I believe so. I think it would be. A guaranteed win. Because if you kill every enemy on turn 1, nothing can add statuses to the deck and prevent you from playing Clash. Yeah, we don't want any more attacks than what we have, but we have the perfect set of attacks. Swift Potion feels like a lifesaver here. Take that over a weak potion for sure. Red Skull. If our hit points are at or below half, which is pretty easy to get to, we have 3 extra strength. I'll definitely take that over a Mystery Relic next act. Ooh. Lose 3 hit points, gain 2 strength. Is this the ultimate card? Jax draws a card when we play it. It's 0 cost. It gives us more strength. Transforming 2 is not bad either, or we can get 3 strength on turn 1. But it's really our turn 2 that we care about. I'm gonna take this. And yeah, often if we're intangible, it's only 1 hit point that it costs. Get some upgrades. For an upgrade, we wanted to upgrade the brutality more than anything. This is the most important card in the deck. We want it on turn 1 every time. Does mean we block less often on turn 1, but that's a non-issue. I think. I sure hope it is. If I'm headbutting the Jax, it's probably a good sign, right? Have I seen the video where someone smoothly beats the game with 0 cards in the deck at the Act 3 boss? I think you're talking probably about Forgotten Arbiter's 0 cards win, which I think was fantastic. Super cool run. Man, we get strong. Did I forget to... Is that why I have less health? I think I forgot to apparition before I jaxed, yeah. Okay, we do want to shrug with their corruption. Draws a card. Do I want another brutality? A pummel strike plus or a shockwave? Definitely okay skipping. Would this deck like Spoon? This deck would love Spoon. This is the spoonest deck pretty much to ever have existed, both corruption and apparitions. And no actual exhaust synergies that we're turning off, other than the Sentinel half the time. And we can still remove things with Second Wind. Don't think we take the second brutality. It doesn't do 2 damage. It doesn't do damage to us twice. It would just be 2 damage once. So Runic Cube will only go off once, even if we have 2 brutalities in play. Let's take the... I'm okay with the Shockwave, too, but I think we just take a none. Try to minimize turns like this one. It's a good turn. We're taking 2 damage. Like taking 2 damage. It's almost as good as taking 1 damage. None cards with left beef. That is a great reference, Emu the Fox. Get my approval for that one. Or max health is very important. That Entropic Brew is sweet. I think we'll take that over a Block Potion, of all things. This is looking real good. That enemy does not intend to attack. Would I skip Tungsten Rod here? Oh, good question. Oh, I hope I don't have to answer that. Please don't make me answer that. I have no idea if I would do that or not. Corruption in play. Draw these though. Be gone. Being rude, Snecko. Very rude right now. Go. Combust if we want to take damage more times? I don't think I do. We're taking enough damage times, currently. 2 per turn might be a bit much. Plus we don't actually gain the benefit of the card draw from the Combust. Because we draw the card right at the end of our turn and then we would discard it immediately. Combust is not actually drawing you a card with Runic Cube unless you also have a Runic Pyramid, in which case it will. Take the second Clash. Kind of hilarious option. Does the rotation always start as silent? The goal is to have the Ascension 20 run line up with Ironclad. I think Ironclad is the highest chance of winning an A20 run on the first try. So that was the impetus behind that choice. Upgrade our Jax. Seems like a good card. Alright, champ. Before I go further into this fight, I'm gonna take a short break here, refill my water, stretch my legs. When I return,
4 months of
Ironclad
support.
versus
We are extremely
Good
impressed.
Sham. I've already done a run where I start with Prism and I can't take any cards of your own class. I've done something similar to that, I think. And still counting, thank you so much for those 4 months Tier 1 supports, the Barts. Greatly appreciate that. Alright, I will be right back. Take this opportunity to stretch yourselves as well. Grab a snack if you don't have one. I'm gonna get a banana probably. And I'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody. I have returned. Thank you so much for the patience. We just gotta play all our apparitions right away. It's a shame that spot weakness Doesn't get value here. I don't think we need it though, we have Jax. Should be invincible for a while. I was supposed to drink this, wasn't I? Kinda was. I'm gonna drink it now, because it's better to drink it now than to not drink it at all, but that was definitely a bit of a misplay. On my part. Keep the shockwave for the moment. Definitely in a bit of danger in this fight. I think we don't corruption yet. Yeah, I think we don't quite corruption yet. We want to build up more strength with our potion. Good. Spot can slam this time. And I can headbutt the Jax, which I think I want to do. We're happy to trade lots of health in this fight. We can just get our strength up. Nice. Nailed it. Okay, I think this is the turn we need to put him below half health. So let's play Corruption now. That gives us 3 turns to kill. We go below half health on this turn. Since Champ is below half health, he'll spend the next turn buffing again, removing all his debuffs. And then on the 3rd turn, he'll try to execute us, which will kill us, but ideally we'll have killed him first. Different chair and different hair. And different air. I actually sucked out all of the air in my room and replaced it with pure carbon dioxide. That was definitely not supposed to be a headbutt on spot weakness. Oops. I don't think it matters though. Ooh, Exhume Corruption. Gets us back another apparition? Yeah, that's all this needs. This is just a 6th apparition. We take it. We take it. Hey, you know what this deck doesn't need? Is more energy. That's probably not true, actually. We would really appreciate it if we had more. We would really appreciate it if we had more. This could be a good argument for a cursed key, although I don't like that it gives us a curse. So maybe we try to do this on 3 energy. We could take the Black Star, giving us an additional relic from every elite we beat. Or Empty Cage, upon pickup, remove 2 cards from the deck. One corruption in a 30-card deck is kind of hard to find. Moving 2 is pretty good. Deck really wants more removals. We already have our green key, so we could theoretically fight like 3 to 4 elites for the rest of the run. Gambling with fate a little bit. I'm gonna take the Empty Cage, I think. Makes our boss relics Runic Cube Empty Cage. On purpose? On purpose. Let's see how that goes for us. Looks like it would have only been a 3 elite act for us, and not even a particularly exciting one. It's okay. Why do I think Empty Cage is a boss relic? Removals are a very powerful thing in Slay the Spire, and Empty Cage is giving you more of them in a pretty quick fashion. My beef with Empty Cage is that it mostly just feels worse than Astrolabe whenever the 2 would be offered. Although Astrolabe doesn't actually reduce the size of your deck, which Empty Cage does, and it's significant in being able to do that. It does feel like it could go up to 3, and then it would really feel like a boss relic. But it is definitely strong, which I think is important to point out. Empty Cage is strong. It's just that often it's not your best choice in terms of getting stronger. Doing shockingly well without drawing Corruption early in this fight. This doesn't really matter when we draw it, because we have the apparitions to keep us alive until we do. Oh. That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. Not bad. Chemokinesis? Pretty good regardless of whether or not we are intangible. We skip though. Okay, spikers are no problem when we're intangible. Run into an issue shortly here. Yeah. This is surprisingly dangerous for us. With all of these is flooding the draw pile. Well, I am drawing 7 cards a turn, so it's not that bad. Sometimes we draw that. Right. I have to use a Swift Potion depending on how this continues to turn out. That's a weird thing to feel, but true. Spiker's the only actual threat, though. I want to kill it first. Because if I run out of intangible, the Spiker's really threatening, whereas these two aren't. They don't actually attack you. Jerks. There we go. Armaments is like almost okay. Want any else? I want less cards, not more. Which is why I'm definitely not taking either a Madness or a Writhe. Let's lose 2 max health here. Definitely don't want to be able to no longer heal. I think 2 normalities would be very dangerous at the moment. So fighting a boss from Act 1 for a rare relic sounds great. What do you even do with the 999 gold? Nothing. Yeah, we'll fight a boss from Act 1 to get a rare relic. Ideally we get a Charon's Ashes here. That'd be the ideal. Let's see if that ends up happening. Probably just be intangible next turn. I could have bashed instead. Just be intangible this turn. Do I have to be? Have to be. Nice. We'll choose to be. And not Dead Branch? Oh, I guess that's true that Dead Branch would also be really, really good. Now that you mention it. That one's pretty good too. If we play 3 or less cards during our turn, draw 3 additional cards at sort of the next turn. That is a very strong card to have right now. I'm going to take another Shrug. We need to incorporate some kind of blocking. So lets me do things like Corruption, Brutality, Apparition. And I just draw a full set of 10 cards next turn. Strength yet. Let's duplicate the Clash then. Cost 1 less for every time you lose hit points this combat. Deal 22 damage. I mean, that seems pretty good, right? Oh, that's a limit break. Okay, we'll take both the Blood for Blood and the limit break here. For sure. Two. We're going to full anyway. I can probably play, let's see, we take 1, 2, growing 7 normally, so that's 8, 9. We probably want to dual wield and play a Twin Strike then, might as well, right? Might as well. Gonna deliberately trigger the Pocket Watch here by not playing the Flex. We draw more here. Good. And then we can pop off as hard as we want. Pretty much. We take a Rupture at this point? No. We need... the card we most want is a Dark Embrace. Bottled Flame. Wanted a Bottled Tornado, right? Not a Flame? Right. Heavy Blade might be too slow as well. I think it is on our base 3 energy. We can't afford to play this card. We'd rather have the Blood for Blood or the Sword Boomerangs. Gonna upgrade... thing like Battle Trance, maybe? Inflame is a good upgrade. Shockwave is a good upgrade. Dual Wield's a decent upgrade. Just gonna take the key here. Not taking these cards, not taking that Bottle Flame. Okay. Grab a recall then. Nemesis is pretty dangerous to us. Normally. But we have a lot of consistency from our card draw, although we have to play the apparitions when we draw them, so Nemesis definitely puts us in quite a bit of danger, as a general rule. Terrifying. We lose out on one of our apparitions, too. That's tough. We didn't play Limit Break. That's how I was supposed to, huh? Headbutt is not in the draw pile either. Yikes. Play this and then Corruption, right? I'm in danger. Guaranteed intangible, so it's okay to lose my pocket watch this turn. Fine. Supposed to hit the sword boomerang. Oh god. Crud. That's not what we need to draw on the turn that it's not intangible. That's terrifying. Not even attacking me. Yikes. I think we have to at least attack potion here. The boomerang is slightly less damage than Heavy Blade. Okay, that's probably good enough. Back-to-back question marks with apparitions and then bites. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Did you take either of them? What'd you do? Took them both. Nice. Ooh, blue candle. If we had a curse, we could play it. Don't have any curses, though. That really wants a medical kit, huh? We really, really want a medical kit? This way, rather than the 2 question marks, we already got Mind Bloom? Yeah. Our Sapphire Key. I think we have Great Flame. We have to be tinier. It's gonna be tricky. I'm confident we'll manage. Pretty good turn. When this deck works, it works really well. We can kill almost anything within 5 turns. Just don't want to add anything else. Yeah, I will not upgrade Limit Break because of the corruption. Feels like a waste. Break. Perfect. Pocket Watch to go off on this turn because we have to kill here. No, that's looking good. It's looking pretty good. GG. Thread and Needle gives us 4 plated armor, which will help a lot with blocking chip damage, although we don't always want to block the chip damage. I guess we're going to now. And certainly I'm not going to skip Thread Needle. That'd be ridiculous. Matter if I play this or not. How's it going, Felnades? Big Chair to hopefully return in the near future. Has not fled this world. Ooh, I'll take a Warcry Plus. Draw 2, put a card from your hand on top of your draw pile. That can let us save an Apparition, too. Plus it is a net gain of card draw. It is a net loss of... not dying to Time Eater, though. Wow! What a combo! Charon's Ashes and Medical Kit. We can buy them both. Charon's Ashes says when you exhaust a card, deal 3 damage to all enemies, and the Medical Kit says unplayable status cards can now be played to exhaust them. And I'm going to take just both of those, although I'll note that Letter Opener is also very good. The Ashes is far more damage. Far more damage. We'll hold out for a good potion in the Act 4 shop. The Shockwave upgraded. Feels pretty important for the Act 3 boss fight. One of them. Also, ouch. This is, I suppose, where a block potion could come in quite a bit handy. Certainly I play these 3, so we're blocking for 9, we take 15. Or we take 3. We'll take 3. We'll watch to, we'll draw here. Cheer is sitting this one out for the moment, but will return soon. There we get the Pocket Watch draw again here. I think this has to be Apparition Spot Weakness. Next turn. Matter that much. Can't let these go to waste, though. It's gotta be 3 cards. Corruption, Apparition. Okay. My next turn. Beautiful and perfect. Let's see, how many cards is this in my hand? Not enough to... well, if I dual wield one. This is 7 cards. I can make it 8, so that would stick me at 11. Okay, so I don't want to play my entire hand here. No matter what. Something like this. Is that exactly half health? It is exactly half health. It's exactly no health. So we get to see there, by the way, that Time Eater was attacking me on that turn. If you bring Time Eater to exactly half, Time Eater does not split. does not enter phase 2 of the combat. You have to bring them below half. This is the heart of the Spire, the source of all these cards that we're drawing. More strength with the spot weakness upgrade. Actually, probably the sword boomerang upgrade's better, huh? What else are we wanting to upgrade? Don't think we care about apparition upgrades. Don't think we care about 3 block on anything. Yeah, let's just make sword boomerang hit one more time here. Let it be done. Some decent things here. Is fire potion the best? The Exhume upgrade's not relevant with corruption in play, so I'm not too excited. It'd get 0 cost. So that was the logic behind not wanting that upgrade. Otherwise, it is pretty good with 3 energy. Let's see, Shockwave. We don't always care about the heart's damage output. There's no way I'm not going to have it weakened, actually, or being intangible, more exactly. I think we take the fire potion of all things. Weird. I don't think I've used Red Skull at all. We might get a chance to use it in the heart fight. Potentially. Good. I'm gonna not play Battle Trance so that the Pocket Watch goes off. I don't have the energy to play 2 apparitions if I draw them. Oh, good thing that you're here, Corruption. I was a little bit worried. Perfect. Break. Give him the limit break. Play the limit break. Flash. Got him. Play that for the Charon's Ashes damage. Alright, so we're at full health going into the heart. We get Orichalcum. If we somehow end our turn without a block, gain 6 of it. Don't think we want any of this, not even the Evolve, thanks to our medical kit. Alright, Mr. Corrupt Heart of the Spire. Every time that we play a card, we take 1 damage. And that 1 damage draws us a card. Which seems pretty good. I think it's also time we drank this Entropic Brew, and this is looking like a pretty rough turn 1, so I want to use this anyway. 4 plated armor, 2 energy, and a fairy in a bottle. When we would die, heal the 30% of our max health and discard this potion, letting us absorb 1 big hit, which is kind of a big deal. Faithfully. Okay, do we want to apparition? I think we might as well have to, right? Defend apparition. Okay. We're guaranteed not taking any damage on this turn, or at least not more than 1. This could be helpful. Draw so many cards, you got no idea. Still costs 1 energy to play Slime, even with a medical hit. We're gonna take enough damage to draw a full hand of cards here. Okay. And I should play this. Definitely play that. Thanks to the timing of the Void, that did not cause me to lose any actual energy. By the way. Want to draw that spot weakness. I can still draw it with jacks, actually. Drawn. Okay, headbutt's fine. Headbutt's fine. We're not gonna play Sentinel because I don't need the energy this turn. Want to headbutt. Shame to draw that. Headbutt flex because we're drawing Limit Break. I have to do a lot of damage very quickly here. I am almost out of intangible. If I can do 300 damage a turn for the next 2 turns, we'll get there. Okay, I was hoping the big attack would be second. This will probably work, though. This will probably work, though. In fact, it looks like this is extremely likely to work. If I exhume Limit Break. Good. We hit exactly the damage cap. All I have to do is a million billion damage here, and that should be very simple to do with those sword boomerangs. Plus, I can always draw more cards if I need to. Yeah, these do 61 times 4 each. GG. EG. Riddick Cube Empty Cage, beating the heart. And making it look easy, truthfully. Didn't even have to use these. Feels pretty good. Oh yeah, we absolutely needed the Limit Break to have enough damage to do that. For sure. Although we had another... Because we could have exhumed Apparition instead, and we had a Fairy in a Bottle, we had another... At least 3, potentially 4 turns to secure a kill. GG. What a good run. If you die from the first hit of the multi-attack and are resurrected with Fairy Bottle, you can indeed die from the rest of the multi-attack following through. You don't get to skip out on the rest of them. Has it been done? Spire sleeps. So shall Ironclad. Alrighty. Silent is up next to bat on Ascension 9. Bosses are tougher. This is when bosses get a little bit more health. The heart moves from 750 to 800 health, which would have been relevant in that last fight that we just did. Like 90 hours into the new Pokemon game and you're only on Route 3. What have you been doing? I imagine you're doing it very right, because it sounds like you're enjoying yourself enough that you haven't been desirous of proceedings. For the story or what have you. 50 gold starts. With an early shop. I love 250 gold starts on any Ascension level. Do this 3 elite path, but that seems crazy. You could do this much safer path. After a 250 gold start into a shop. And then from there we have access to the better half of the act. Probably this way. Probably this way. Go. Probably this way. Okay. 250 gold goes really well with that. Could also take potions or a card, but nah. Money. Give me the money. What should you be looking for in a corruption build? Feel no pain? Card draw. Lots of skills. And a way to do a ton of damage once you have gotten through the deck a couple of times. So you need scaling. And this can come in the form of like Body Slam with tons of block. It can come in the form of lots of strength and Limit Break. But the end goal for a corruption deck needs to be that once you have played the corruption and all of your skills one time, you need to have won the fight, because then you're out of cards. So there has to be a win condition plan in there. Limit Break's the easiest way to do it. You can use like Rampage as well, or some other things. You've been shiny hunting. Shiny hunting takes a long, long time. I have full respect for anybody who manages to do that in a Pokemon game. Because it's rough. Chat, what is going on? Someone play Echo Form on you. Ooh, Predator? The big damage card. I like a big damage card in my Silent decks early on. Blade Dance, if you have no other damage options to you offered, Blade Dance can be an okay floor one take. But something like Predator is a lot more powerful. Providing not only lots of damage, but in the form of an attack, meaning you match up against Gremlinon better. And the additional card draw is huge, and you better believe I'll take some more money. I can even remove that doubt for free if I want to. Or we can squeeze a Transform in on a strike, get an additional random card, and then just remove the doubt at the shop with our 500 gold. What bonus did we take? We took damage in order to get 250 gold, and then we just took a curse for more money. So I have 500 gold running into the first shop of the run. Which is a little silly. I'm gonna transform a strike. Get a Nightmare. Okay, letting me make 3 copies of a card. Well, well, well. What a store. Look at that shiny shovel. I'm looking at that shiny strike dummy, truthfully. That is 3 additional damage on all of our strikes, which is currently basically the entirety of our damage. Which makes us tremendously better at killing things right now. I think Hand of Greed is excellent. Deal 20 damage if fatal, gain 20 gold. Certainly we want to remove our curse. I like the on sale
Commander, we've just received the support of another council member.
Topqua, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Enjoy the new emotes, the community, and of course, your newfound smug sense of superiority. Orange Pellets can let me remove my debuffs by playing a power attack and a skill in the same turn. I like this Cunning Potion for putting 3 shivs into the hand, and I do like the Regen Potion as well. Giving us more immediate oomph. We are going to take this down out of here. So I like that Hand of Greed a lot. We have the... Buy these 3. I think I do take the strike dummy on purpose. So it does cheapen future removals a little bit. Feels odd to say. I will do it. We'll intentionally buy the strike dummy. Contemplate the... This might be an upgrade. I'll take the Regen Potion too. Get a lot of immediate value so that I can start chain reacting it. Let's fight with as much health as possible. I'm gonna Nightmare Defend. If that's what I'm drawing next turn. Sneaky Strike build, it could be. I would also consider a Swift Strike at like a store or something now. So there is that zero-cost colorless attack, Swift Strike, which does benefit from the Strike Dummy. Uh-oh. We just get a kill next turn, though. Do I take it? It does 13 damage. It does do 13 damage. Doing it. How could I not? Really? How could I not? Just watch. We're gonna draw it with Survivor every time. Except for this time. We Snecko Oil? So that we just win this fight without taking any damage? Go Survivor. If it's a free Sneaky Strike, does that make it a Freaky Strike? Ooh, Bottled Flame. Choose an attack, start combat with that attack in my hand, and we're offered a Terror to give us a higher multiplier on our physical damage. Bottling Predator almost always goes over well with me. I think I really like the immediate damage that it can make us do, and it lets us use physical scaling as an avenue. Works really well with our boosted strikes, too. We'll do 13 damage with a strike. Let's take that. I like the Alchemize, too, and we did have Nightmare Alchemize, potentially. It's worthy of consideration. Just upgrade the Terror now. Art of War. If we don't play any attacks during our turn, gain an extra energy next turn with a Nightmare in the deck. Is definitely tempting. This way. We do want some block cards now. We have, quite frankly, a ton of damage. Although a Sucker Punch is not terrible. Grab a dodge roll. We're looking for something like Acrobatics, Dagger Throw would be good. Some ways to enable the Sneaky Strike a little bit more. Yeah, there we go, like that. A boom! It snucked. Do I choose the Terror upgrade since it's early? The main reason I'm looking for the Terror upgrade right now is that I want that extra energy early on in a fight. On our current 3 energy, that helps quite a lot. That helps turn on the Sneaky Strike, although I kind of like a Backstab to go with our Bottled Predator. Let's do tons of damage on turn 1. Like, we're spending so much of our energy. Having a free zero-cost attack? Yeah. Doesn't work against the Art of War either. Radar Neutralize. It's a pretty good turn 1. Much as I'd like to start with Terror or Nightmare, this will have to do. So, it's probably better than playing Deadly Poison, right? Probably not. Damage strikes, they feel good. I don't think we get a kill even with both potions, right? Next turn we just block. And then the turn after we kill. turns later. Oh, I could have played the Artivore. Doesn't matter. Tingsha. Whenever we discard a card during our turn, deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Additional discard incentive, you say? What do I think about this colorless power card? Add the word strike to the end of all attack cards in the deck for the rest of combat. I love it, Jamie. For the perfected strike super synergy. Flex is taunting me, telling me it would be good in some future version of this deck, but not currently good. But it's currently atrocious, so I don't want it. Generally not a good idea to add cards to your deck that are currently terrible. I don't know that I want a second dodge roll. I'll take one more for the Art of War. If we don't find any decks, we can try upgrading them instead. This is a little terrifying. Actually, is it? It'd be really perfect. 15 is exactly this much damage. Can't kill either of you, but I can do defend, defend, strike. On you. Seems reasonable. Next turn I'm not guaranteed to draw damage, but I have potions. So hopefully things will go okay. Do I take some damage now to reduce the chance that I take damage next turn? Nope. I play one. Hedge my bets. Here it comes. Hedging my bets was a good idea. Kind of an awkward fight, but we got there. Fear potion. Wow, what a set of potions. These 3 together can kill just about anything. What is... What, I have to choose between Dagger Throw and Piercing Wail? I think I have to take the Dagger Throw, legit. Like, have to. For the draw discard. But I want that Piercing Wail so bad. Going into Act 2, especially. Gotta secure those more securely to the ceiling. It's great comedic timing, though. Alright, I think we're gonna upgrade our dodge rolls at this point. Slight order misplay here. It's alright. Getting Terror down and doing 50 damage on turn 1 feels pretty good. There's no way for me to play Sneaky Strike without taking a bunch of damage. I do want to play it, though. Okay, taking the bunch of damage. We Dagger Throw, Sneaky Strike is free. I do Defend, Defend, Neutralize. But also just do Defend, Defend, Neutralize. No, I think we do this. Take 6. Would advance the fight significantly. Got the Sneaky Strike. I believe in you. Believe. Nice clip, Watsuo. That's a great one. Frickin' G. Oh, adrenaline? Adrenaline fits great in this deck, letting me play the Nightmare more easily, letting us draw synergies together more frequently. Dynamite's great AoE front load. Phantasmal Killer is good for scaling our damage, and with Terror in particular, we can hit really hard. Like Predator plus Terror plus Phantasmal Killer is 60 damage. Oh, good question. Saint of the Church of George. Yes, you can. That's incredible. I'm gonna have to learn how to play some songs on these now. That's great. Need a fear potion. Not with Terror. Could it be? Oh boy. We lean into it. Hovering Kite says, the first time you discard a card each turn, gain 1 energy. Otherwise, we're looking at either Sozu, gain energy at the start of our turn, we can no longer obtain potions, or gain energy at the start of our turn, but we can't play more than 6 cards a turn, which makes the Cunning Potion pretty bad, and Nightmare pretty bad, and Adrenaline pretty bad. So no, probably not. Yes? Do it. First time we discard a card each turn, gain 1 energy. We should have taken that Reflex, huh? Amazing. Incredible. Incrabulous. This is Act. Like 3 late elites. That seems totally. And 1 early elite? Jeez, that's a lot of elites. Too many elites. Go this way. Fight 2 elites, including the Burning Elite, and get a bunch of fires? That's way better. Yeah, that's way better. We want to hit the shop up. That would allow us to remove a card. Might actually be a defend, considering how good our strikes are right now. Or even Deadly Poison? And gives us a chance to find maybe like a Footwork or a Well-Laid Plans, which would be very good, both. I imagine a world where all your relics showed up on your character sprite like in Risk of Rain. Yeah, I can imagine that. That is a cool world. That world is heckin' sweet. Delete you. Card a card, do a damage. Oh, it's not a kill? For some reason I thought that would be a kill. Red. I have to use a potion. That's fine. It's fine. But I didn't need to use that. Definitely appreciating the dodge rolls, big time. Big time appreciate. Gen Potion, cool. Cloak and Dagger, gain 6 block, add 2 shivs to your hand. Or hold on! Acrobatics, right? It's gotta be Acrobatics. The upgrade on this is a trap. We want draw 3, discard 1. It's a skill, it discards a card. Yeah, we want that. Acrobatics you to death. Bing! Card draw feels good. Could also take the prepared as another way to discard a card. I think I'm liking the backflip a little bit more though. Shamefully not a copy of Footwork. Panache is kind of interesting. Every time we play 5 cards in one turn, do a bunch of damage to all enemies. We do that some of the time. Not all of the time currently. There's 145 gold Strawberry, 155 gold Lee's Waffle. That's an interesting question. Do I pay... Probably buy one of them. Do I pay the extra 10 gold for 9 health? Probably, right? If you could heal 1 hit point for 1 gold at stores, you would probably always heal to full. Yeah, you'd probably always heal to full. So that's probably a purchase then. And I compare that with the card removal. We're offered a second chance at Reflex here. Don't think we're at the point where we like it. I'd rather upgrade the Acrobatics. I'm only going to take the Reflex if I'm going to upgrade it. And we have some more important upgrades first. I like the Escape Plan Panache idea. That works out pretty well. Argument for Discovery as well, which could give us some dexterity. Or do other useful things. Give us things that we can Nightmare. That can be pretty powerful. Do Discovery Waffle, but then not card remove. I do think I pay the 150 for the health. Helps us make sure that we just win this act pretty handily. If I was going to remove any card, I think it would be Genuinely Defend, especially with this backflip that we just added. I have many cards that say block on them. Alright, we're leaving... No, I'm going to take this Discovery. Taking the removal? And I'm taking it. Bitter Waffle. I've betrayed it. I've betrayed my own insignia. How dare I? Hopefully the random damage hits the middle guy here. This is free to play. Keep rolling. Dang it. I really wanted to hit this guy. Oh no. We can take very minimal damage, right? Am I supposed to potion here? We find a potion after this combat. Be disastrous. Disastrous, I tell you. Fire Potion's pretty good too. We could take a second Sneaky Strike, we could take a Grand Finale. We could take a Masterful Stab plus. Don't think we take any of those. I think I trade out the Attack Pot for the Fire Pot. And I will take 5 max health. Gonna upgrade. Acrobatics is a good candidate. Adrenaline's a decent candidate. I think Dodge Roll, actually. Block is where we're most lacking. For the most part. Most lacking for the most part. Yes, those are the words I said. Zero cost nightmare. Gonna nightmare the adrenaline then, if you don't mind. Sound good? Good to me. Good to me. We get to use Sneaky Strike as an energy generating card here. Because it costs 0, but it still refunds 2 if we have discarded a card on our turn. So we play Acrobatics first. And then Sneaky Strike gives us 2 more energy when played. And we win. Without healing as much. We wanted to wait a little bit longer there. Oh well. Another upgrade. Tempted. Let's get this Nightmare cheaper. So we can actually afford to play it. We'll often be able to Nightmare Adrenaline, and that'll be pretty exciting. Toxic Egg is super getting taken. Whenever we add a skill into our deck from here on out, it is upgraded, which means we can mostly just worry about upgrading the things we already have. And again, worrying about my block most of all right now, I'm going to upgrade Survivor. You can often struggle to survive in the mid to late game if you haven't found, especially on Silence, some like Dexterity or a lot of Weaken. But if this is happening to you, then you do have the option to upgrade your block cards. I've upgraded my Survivor, I've upgraded both Dodge and Rolls, I've upgraded the Neutralize. And these upgraded defensive cards are going to allow me to continue to have a functioning defensive package as we scale forward into the game here. Is Nightmare Backstab better than Predator? 30... It's a little bit better damage, but I think I appreciate the card draw of the Predator more. Saving these potions ideally for... This is a 50% chance to be buffed Tri-Slavers, and I'd really like to be able to beat them. Hey, Adrenaline. Alternately, Sneaky Strike gives me 2 energy because it's free. So I can play these strikes. Like Toxic Egg second behind Dead Branch, and I'd say I probably agree with that. As a general rule. The Toxic Egg's pretty dang good. We're 1 damage away from a kill. Bastard. Sheer disaster. Chair and hair both seem smaller. My hair is no smaller, it's just in a a greater variety of locations now than it was before. Not all of it is on my person. And we immediately follow that up with a Molten Egg. Wow. Interesting. 0 cost Deflect will help us block, and we are currently speccing into a decent amount of card draw. Take that. And a Kunai. If we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a dex. Well, there's the dex we needed. Let's take it. Let's take it. An early chosen kill here. Not playing Predator feels bad. But I did full block, so there is that. I feel like I played this fight correctly. You're wrong, though. decide what I was going to do there. Don't do any damage, huh? May end up forced to use a potion to get out of this fight if something like this happens. We're 1 damage short! No! Why? Okay, we got another potion. Second Terror is hilarious. I think an Infinite Blades is more valuable now that we have a kunai. And we're still doing, like, attacking things, although it does make the Art of War way worse. We have an attack in our hand every turn. We're fighting Champ, right? So our winning strategy against Champ is to kunai outscale him with 2 dodge rolls? Alright, that's a pretty good Blades. 100 megabyte patch just popped up on stream. Is this the release? Let me take a look on the Slay the Spire Discord. Patch. Added new Watcher cutscene assets upon completing Act 4. So I think the size of the patch is because there was a bunch of arts included. We're not doing a Watcher run again probably tonight, but I will definitely have that patch tomorrow. So hopefully we get to look at the new cutscene. That's super exciting. Okay, not triple slavers. That's good news. I will Cunning Potion. Kunai proc here. Roll Deflect is almost a full block, not quite. Could play Predator, or I can get my Infinite Blades down. Let's get the Infinite Blades down. Kind of ignoring our own poison now. Definitely finding it easy to forget my hovering kite, but I think that's just not having used it much kind of feeling. So I will Nightmare my own Adrenaline. What does the Art of War do? If we play no attacks during our turn, we get an additional energy on the following turn. Is what it does. That kunai value, though. Oh, he's actually just dead? Wow. That damage output. We have not completed a ladder streak yet, Henry. Not yet done that. I think I want a second backstab, although the guaranteed kunai proc on turn 1 from Predator backstab is kind of tempting. Second dagger throw is pretty good. The dagger spray is not bad either for some AoE, although we are fighting Champ, so I'm not as concerned about AoE currently. I kinda do like that guaranteed turn 1 kunai proc. Let's go with the backstab. Guaranteed. We upgrade the acro for the card draw. Deck definitely feels like it wants more of that. Discovery, another Infinite Blades. Pretty tempting. Gonna get 2 shivs per turn, and that should easily let me outscale Champ here. Also try to Nightmare one of the one Infinite Blades that we do have. Let's go for playing it though. Got plenty enough scaling as is. And I think we Nightmare dodge and roll, actually. That's a good Nightmare candidate. Now. With a little bit of damage this turn, but almost assuredly win the fight quite handily. 3 more copies of that, and unlimited kunai scaling. It just works. Chip below half. We won't be frail for the execute turn. That's really all I need. Rock there. Spelled Strunk. Not enough Strunk. Exact block, by the way. Easy peasy. So this is going to work really well right up until the heart. We have to find a way to do more damage to make this even close to viable later on. Shuriken would definitely help. Big time. Caltrops would work too. Gee. Ancient Potion. Ooh, Alchemize, and Doppelganger Plus is quite good. Letting us draw a ton of cards. I like a 0-cost Alchemize, though, giving us more potions. We already saw a Sozu, who's up against the Hovering Kite, so we know we're not about to take a Sozu. Going into the heart fight with the right combination of potions could be a game-winning prospect. Do that. Ring of the Serpent. Replace Ring of the Snake at the start of our turn, draw 1 extra card, I think is pretty viable here. This is also a very good fusion hammer. Gain a 5th energy, or I guess a 4th base energy per turn. But we can no longer smith at rest sites, which seems to be not particularly a problem. Makes the Nightmare a lot easier to play. So I think fusion hammer is great. And then we just add more card draw and it'll be great. This means we won't get an upgraded footwork, but I think we'll be alright with that. Yeah, we only upgrade powers. I would upgrade, I guess, Discovery too, but it's fine. Yeah, let's take a fusion hammer. Third option was, of course, Tiny House, which is just too small to live in. So I don't see why I should take it. Just too small. I have a weird Act 4 here. Don't value fires very much. 3 elites going this way. And an early shop, a couple of question marks, maybe find Mind Bloom. There's a good chance at Mind Bloom here too. Which do I like regular fights? Regular fights are great because we have 2 eggs. Okay. Regular fights. Some regular fights. They changed the appearance of poison potion, or oh no, this is another potion without the green parts in it, like that in fruit juice we found the other day. What is this? Catalyst Plus versus footwork? Why must I choose between my children? So I guess we tilt into poison now. If we take like Nightmare Catalyst is kind of a big deal. Or we can take the Reflex. It's actually not bad either. Truthfully, a hilariously good Reflex. Everyone wants to see the Reflex take? Alright. I'm in. Reflex Plus over Footwork. And Catalyst Plus. What a world we live in. More than happy to use some potions to beat this fight. We have an Alchemize after all. Bring there. No discard for the Sneaky Strike, unfortunately. Feels really rough. Draw more cards here. This fight is pretty spooky, but we do have a Fusion Hammer, so we're forced to rest anyway. At here. Take 11 here. The giant brown creature I was sitting on. Still hanging out. We'll return to the stream soon enough. Skewer is not bad. A free card here. Take the Venom. Wrong next turn, I need damage. Okay, so we have enough to kill, right? Unfortunate. These draw damage. Okay, good. Oh, I do have enough to kill, actually. So that Venom. There's that Dead Branch. And a Piercing Wail Plus, although a Prepared Plus is pretty good too, right? With the Reflex especially? I gotta take the Piercing Wail. Especially with the Dead Branch. Glowing Tesseract also with the Dead Branch. Dark Shackles Plus. Apotheosis. I mean, well, really? Most of the deck's upgraded already, so like maybe not. Blind is pretty good though. Secret Technique. Put a skill from your draw pile into your hand. Yes. Yes, and yes. To all these things. Thinking a Vajra would be pretty good right about now, as would a Master Strategy for the ridiculous card draw. Quite frankly, ridiculous card draw. Secret Technique helps me set up Nightmare plays quite often. Could take a second Infinite Blades. I think we do want to remove a card. We're at the point where our strikes are not that good anymore. As the world's slowest footwork. Yeah, a little bit. Why are all the cards upgraded? Our 2 eggs are upgrading most of our cards that we're picking up. Any attack or skill that we take will be automatically upgraded. Backflip Plus seems really good now that we have 5 energy. Card draw is very valuable to us. gonna do this. Increase our consistency quite a lot. Tamare alchemize, you say? If I do. Right, we get cards from dusting stuff. Including our opening backstabs, which just got way better. Smoke bomb. Quite what I had in mind. Storm of Steel? Ding! Don't want to kill it yet. A little healing I would like. 198 vulnerable though. Now we want a prepared plus? Now we want a prepared plus. Letting me discard cards from my hand is actually quite useful. With the, Dead Branch. Apologies to anybody's ears who were as offended by that. Man, Stormsteel is like the best card in the game right now? That is a weird thing to say. That is a very strange thing to say. Calculated gamble. Incredible. Kill, right? Oh, they do kill, right? Yeah. Fine. The specimen. When an enemy dies, transfer any poison it had to a random enemy. A Fumes plus or a Prepared plus? Obviously the Prepared plus is much better? Question mark? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Obviously. We forcibly rest here, fight again. Okay, because we get full value out of the rest. Give me some relics. Dead Branch was not enough. Fumes Plus is good for clearing artifact stacks, that's true. Argument here. Silent Agreement. Okay, Nightmaring Alchemize. Or other options. Nightmare Phantasmal Killer. I don't know if that's actually good. Or this Alchemize. Okay, Shift Potion's helpful right now. Can't remember if I discarded a card this turn. Oh man. Finisher. Well, now I have discarded a card. Oh, Eviscerate tells me that I have not discarded a card. By the way. Second after image. Don't discard finisher. Good. Thank you for not doing that. Okay. Ice Cream says energy is now conserved between turns. I think we want the debuffing of and artifact removal of Crippling Cloud. Certainly we want some weaken, and it exhausts, so I'll take it. Take the blue key here. Over the pen nib. This deck is okay, I guess. It's fine, or whatever. Said Crippling Cloud. Well, I think I play Predator first. Or instead, rather. Let's try nerd. Secret technique for adrenaline? Do a lot of stuff on this turn. Continue to look for better potions than this. This. Gambler's Brew, now that's a good potion. Let's just discard that. Duplication Potion, that's quite good as well. Potions quite a bit. Captain's Wheel, sort of turn 3, gain 18 block, that's good. I think a Dex Potion will help us beat Heart quite good, and I think Blade Dance is kind of insane, actually. Dance is kind of insane. We still want that Ancient Potion, though. Maybe Dupe Potion's better than a Dex Potion, amazingly. Yeah, I think it is. these are potions I'm no longer willing to roll against. Let's see. That is four rare relics in a row. Pretty crazy. Got to concentrate up in here. I can play that grand finale on this turn. Probably. Yeah, probably. My hand gets full and then I can't. I can play it next turn. That. Grand finale. Second Infinite Blades is pretty good too. I think I'd rather have the kunai there, or the piercing well there. Rated Madnesses might have been pretty decent as well. Lord. Bane and Venom means Bane hits twice and Venom hits twice. I believe that is true, yes. If you would start out attacking an enemy with no poison. Oh man, verticals. Not a full block though. Disaster. Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, that is true, Jimadine. And it's sweet as heck. Oops. It's supposed to be Turmasteel. Discollect there. Disaster. Sheer disaster. The man in orthopedic shoes, you stand corrected. Okay, there's our potion combo. Ancient Potion, Speed Potion. Let's just get +5 dex in any one fight. Take one more dodge roll if that's going to be the case. 39 card deck, but what does it even matter? Does it even matter? Comes the question. Does it even matter? How high an Ascension level do you think that you win at if I'm not allowed to add cards to the deck or transform with relics and removes only? Oh, jeez. It's possible to do this at Ascension 0, but it's very difficult. You can do it on any Ascension level, but you need to be progressively more and more lucky the higher up the Ascension ladder you go with that challenge. But it is possible on all Ascension levels. I've been meaning to do a Sunday run, where I do that on 820 with a seated run. Second acro seems great. Grab our recall. Fight Donu and Deka. Hopefully we get a corpse explosion. Both of these nerds. As usual, going for Donu first here. Donu buffs the strength of both of them. So it was a bit of a problem if left unchecked here. There's that corpse explosion I wanted. Ding. Okay, well, we got the corpse explosion. Several times over. Move artifact this way. Cool. One? It's okay if we take any amount of damage here. We're forced to heal after the combat. Two sneaky strikes. Cool. Once we defeat Donu, the fight will be pretty much over. Piercing wounds. Probably want a nightmare. Sure, what I want a nightmare. See, rude. Corpse explosion for a needlessly large explosion. Tempting. Very tempting. Okay, we're gonna just play this. Just go play this. Regular corpse explosion. Go. Working. Get him, Tincture. Get him. Burst corpse explosion. The best kind of corpse explosion. Kaboom! Kaboom! To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source. 1333 ain't too bad a score. Ain't too bad a score. We can pick up a footwork is great, cloak and dagger is great, blur is great. Is medical kit great? Medical kit's pretty good too, right? Lets us play our status cards, although we're only going to draw them once each. But even being able to play the dazed is pretty nice. Medkit's pretty sweet. Is it this sweet? This amount sweet with 5 dex. Maybe the footwork's not good. I think the footwork is not good, actually. Don't we do enough damage? Dead Branch? Dead Branch gets us there, right? Presumably just Dead Branch gets us there. Just discard the statuses. I can, yeah. And several of them exhaust anyway. And I can discard them? I already said that. Take those two. 42 cards in deck currently. Ooh. Do I dare not play acrobatics? I think I do dare. But I wasn't supposed to discard poison. Mistake has been made. There we go. Now I can actually play the terror. So we got an Envenom. Nice. Full block here. We're being attacked for 10 times 4. We should be able to turn around. The burns don't go on top of the deck here. It's looking pretty good. Very good. Perfect. Neutralize, Piercing Whale. No more cards. Nightmare on Dark Shackles could be pretty good. Could just Gambler's Brew. That would be okay. KO you next turn. Times 4 or discard a ton of cards. This is a total of 28. This is 19 plus a lot. Take it. We got Captain's Wheel to help me block on this turn, if we need the help. Which we, quite frankly, might. Looks like we're okay. Secret technique for the reflex, so I can discard it. Brilliant. Corpse Explosion, you shouldn't have. Fortuitous timing. Ow. Boy, Ornithopter, when we use a potion, heal 5 health and an Adrenaline plus. I'd say those are pretty good things to have picked up just now. Ornithopter means I don't need to block on turn 1, because we're just going to heal back any damage we deal to ourselves when we play these cards. Through Alchemize on turn 1 as well, which is excellent. We definitely want to put some Weaken down. Ancient Potion, Speed Potion will give me 5 Dexterity for this whole fight. So we end with Alchemize. We Sucker Punch Predator here? What I do? I think we need to find out what Alchemize is giving me. So we go Ancient Potion first, then Alchemize, and Finale. Okay. Got a Cunning Potion, though. It's a good time to play it. That'll give me another Kunai proc, and more cards to play. We have 8 cards in hand, though, so I have to play Sucker Punch first. Okay, we're gonna play Venom. That's just gonna happen. And then we play at the end Speed Potion, healing all our health back. And we have 7 decks. Good times. So we counteracted the Void with our Thingamajiggy. Next turn's looking good. I can double dodge a roll. That's almost a full block this turn, but not quite. It helps me block next turn. The recliner is currently in the other room. I had to move it out of the studio for today to assemble a new desk, and I didn't have time to move it back in. We ended up starting late. It's 0 viewers. What? Did Twitch break? Telling me I have 0 viewers, which is clearly not the case. Not a standing desk, no, but a taller, bigger one than the old one. Oops, no viewers. We actually get Art of War value this turn. It's a decent adrenaline turn. Let's get the adrenaline. Ooh. Bullet time? Gonna keep the Art of War value here. Do 3 damage this way, though. Start with 36 block on this turn. It's pretty good, pretty good. It's affecting anything affecting ad revenue? I don't truthfully care. Doesn't matter to me. Ad revenue for the stream is a very tiny fraction of our overall income. Not that tiny, I suppose, but pretty tiny. See if I get any good attacks this turn. The Shiv is double damage, if nothing else. Yeah, not bad. Okay, Nightmare and Well-Laid Plans are both quite exciting here. And another Nightmare. Okay, we don't need both of these. That's correct, that's correct. You're too late, Choke. Being Well-Laid Plans... we're gonna Nightmare Piercing Wail, actually, right? Yes, I am. Especially with Envenom to tear through artifacts. Do a great many things. This is looking like a good gambler's brew. We're not doing too well here. Oops. Ding. Second Envenom is cute, but not necessarily helpful. Don't do that yet. Take the 1,000 cuts. The catalyst is definitely appreciated. But I have to play it now because I'm holding on to Piercing Well. I think we're gonna get there with this deck. Oh yeah, seeing everybody at 0 viewers. Huh. Even Dolphin Chemist has got nobody. Nobody. If everybody has 0 viewers, that means I have the most viewers on Twitch of anybody in the world right now. That's 100% fact. Add that to my resume. The resume when I apply to streaming jobs in other parts of the
4
world.
months of support. We are extremely impressed.
Resume. Mantastrophe, thank you so much for those 4 months of Twitch Prime support. Greatly appreciate that continued council funding in return. Very renewed smug sense of superiority. That poison count go. Look at it go. Ding. Though. We already dealt with the big hit, right? Last turn? Amazing. We did not deal with the big hit. Well, that's fine. Got me a grand finale this turn. I'm gonna get there with the concentrate. GG. GG. Grand finale for almost exactly lethal. Pretty sweet. Alrighty, we're back to Ascension 10. The dreaded. A moment where we add an Ascender's Bane to the deck at the same time that we do a defect run. Pretty rough. A10 says we start each run cursed with Ascender's Bane. Unplayable, ethereal, cannot removed from our deck. Might even end up adding another curse to it. 250 gold starts, pretty tempting. Pretty tempting. Fire Elite Fire. Oh my. Very tempting to take the 250 gold here. Before I make up my mind though, I am going to take a short break, refill my water, stretch my legs. I'll be right back with more Slay the Spire action. Don't go anywhere, and thanks in advance for your patience, everybody. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. I think I am taking this 250 gold star. Defect with the crack core. Should be able to get through that first hallway fight, no problem, and then once we get our shop, we can really put ourselves into a pretty dominating position going into this first elite with tons of money. And we even got a Clumsy, which is just another Ascender's Bane, so in some weird world where we don't want to remove at this shop, we do have that option. Lower one shakes. I've seen the lower shaking eye. You got it. Fake it. Actually taking 6 there. Shields compiled over Cold Snap. I like Snap most of all, I think, although an early auto shields could be a very good card in Act 1. It is 11 block for 1 energy, and that's a ton. Do I switch through the characters in left to right? I always play characters in a rotation from left to right, Jotunburn. It's a Slay the Spire sort of streaming convention. There's no obligation to do so in your own play. I urge you to play whatever characters you like in whatever order you like, but this is how I always play Spire, personally. What a block card. Ooh, Matching Keep could be really good for us. I would definitely take a Melter at this stage of the game. I don't want a Forethought. Don't want a Parasite either. Come on, give me the Melter. Turbo all risk? Yes, we get the Melter. Perfect. A 10 damage for 1 energy card is excellent. Excellent, excellent. Interesting. Meteor Strike, huh? I like a Rebound here. Meat on the Bone's pretty good. If we are ever below half health at the end of combat, heal 12. Allows us to take fairly risky plays, especially going in an act with Hexaghost. We can almost assuredly just take this triple elite route now. And thrive there. Turbo Meteor is an ambitious combo, but definitely one that could work. I think I'm going to take this Meat on the Bone and remove our curse. Currently, strikes are better than the Clumsy. Okay, not the greatest. Not the greatest shop in the world, but I'll be pretty content with that. Be pretty content with that. Oh. Block Potion's excellent. I think a Sweeping Beam is pretty good, especially if we can get it upgraded. It'll help a lot against multiple targets. Just a decent, like, we're just adding a bunch of cards that are good at blocking and damaging into our deck at the moment. That'll let us get relics from elites, and those relics will help shape our picks moving forward. Deviously simple, but dang if it doesn't work. I like Chill to quickly get our orb slots filled. Equilibrium's also a good option here. Letting us block for a lot and retain, setting up some decent plays. Chill is my winning pick. I would take that Equilibrium in a lot of situations. We're a little bit weak against Legabulin, so it's a good thing we're fighting Gremlin Knob. Not bad. Would have preferred to see Zap in play on turn 1, but the turn 1 Chill is good enough. I'll take it. We are going to have to take a couple hits from this guy, though. No way around that, unfortunately. I play Zap here, because we need lots of damage. Gremlin Knob. Gotta die as quickly as possible, and that means Lightning Orbs need to be put in play. Half health for us is 37, right? So we're currently going to that. So I don't want to play defend. Heck, we're 1 off already. Oh no. The disaster. So Zap just kills, but killing is actually worse than not killing because of Meat on the Bone. Hilariously. I'll take my 10 damage to heal 12. Not great. It helps a bit. Regal Pillow makes our rests better in the event that we need to. Focus Potion can give me 2 focus, and I do like the idea of... I think we need a little bit more damage, so a Cold Snap maybe more than a Cool-Headed. And we're really in a good position to do something like pick up a Vajra. +1 strength would help us a lot. I do think we're still behind on damage, so Melter becomes our next upgrade. Melter upgrades for +4, unlike most other attacks, which upgrade for +3 that are 1 energy. So Melter is a pretty good upgrade if you've got one. That's not a Vajra. It's a Darkstone Periapt, which gives me health whenever I take a curse, which I don't think I'll be doing. Okay, here's that Lagavulin I was a little bit about. We may need to use our Focus Potion in this fight. We just do quite enough damage. Shield's pretty good. Put up with Melter. Okay, turn here. The Melter value. I use the Focus Potion in the next fight. Take out that Burning Elite. The Knob's, interesting thing about the Knob's Ascension 20 attack pattern is that for certain decks, the A20 attack pattern might be less dangerous than the High Ascension attack pattern. If you're killing Knob on turn 3, then you'll take more damage from the, a Knob that opens up with a 16 damage attack versus one that's going for the 8 damage plus vulnerable. Kind of funny. We're doing a lot of direct damage, so I think a Melter a Beam Cell becomes a really good take. And that'll help us against Hexagos too. That damage going up. Feels bad to not play that Melter. Sure, we'll figure it out. Elite or Compile Driver? Grab a Compile Driver. A little bit more card draw. That should be enough to take out this Elite without too much trouble. Telesize Sentries. If I use my Focus Potion, we'll win this handily. Not even sure I need to use it. Melter will help quite a bit here, actually. Yeah, right now. Beautiful. Got a perfect this. Spoke too soon? Oh. Not speak too soon. Wow. Good fight. And Nib. Every 10th attack we play is double damage. That goes pretty good with Melter and Beam Cell. And Sweeping Beam, excuse me. And stacks with Beam Cell's vulnerable. Buffer? Buffer's a good way to block. I think it'll be great later on. Not so good against Hexagos. We're going to be upgrading our Beam Cell before that fight. But I will take this buffer as we move forward as an excellent source of blockering. If I block for 5, we take 8, going down to 38. I don't want to be at 38. So we'll take the full damage and just heal back up with Meat on the Bone here. Meat on the Bone has been glorious. More damage. Yeah, our only renewable lightning source is Zap currently. We'll take the Ball Lightning. Barrage could be good too. I think we're done adding, like, basic damage cards at this point. Also, Yikes. Also, Yikes. Hey, that works, though. Defect has a lot of cards that are very good at certain fights or during certain acts, and kind of meh during the rest. Defect does indeed have these things. And I think one of the art forms that is playing Defect is combining the... effects of these cards in such a way that you arrive at a deck that it has an answer to just about everything that you're encountering. No shame in having... I often, especially in a Defect run, I will often take Ritual Dagger just to have a card that can beat Spire Spear and Spire Shield. And it's totally okay to have a card that exists purely for one fight, if the thing it does in that one fight is good enough. No Claw. Alma. Is Flaw. No, Claw is Flaw. A little bit of trouble in this fight. I think I'm going to use a Focus Potion here. I should have done that last turn, huh? I think Watcher has quite a few excellent means of mitigation. I've had a lot of Watcher runs that can just stay in Wrath stance against the Heart. They don't seem to care. It's impressive, really. Going for the kill before the Inferno turn here. 3 Light Orbs should help with that. Pen Nib's coming up. Not quite quickly enough. Quite quickly enough. But we have a guaranteed kill. Take a little bit of damage here. Glad we used the Focus Potion. I don't think we would have quite gotten there without it. GG. Second Buffer is interesting. I really like Buffer as a mitigation source. We need more damage output, and I'm not sure how to get there from here. Relics? Different cards than this. All for One only gets back Beam Cell. Take the double buffer, I guess. And how about a Pandora's Box? That feels very good right about now. Our options are the Inserter, giving us an orb slot every 2 turns. Runic Dome, giving us an energy at the start of every turn, but we can no longer see enemy intents. Or Pandora's Box, transform all 8 Strike and Defend cards, leaving us with just this foundation plus some more stuff, which I think I really, really like. I think Pandora's Box is very frequently a very, very strong relic, and it has a significant chance of giving you rare cards. Multiple rare cards. I think... Like, if you're transforming 8 cards, you get an average of, like, 2.5 rares. We got 1 more buffer. Boot Sequence will help. Another Cold Snap. Self-Repair and Weight Noise are nice. Fusion can help us get more energy. Rebound and Overclock. Not the best, but definitely better than Strikes and Defends. We're looking now for cards that'll give us some energy, like Turbo. Is a very juicy take at the moment. So let's hit this shop up with our 288 gold, I think. We're also looking for literally any kind of focus, and we're also looking for upgrades. We are way behind on those. Bit of a tough run from here, I think. Shelter value, though. Pretty promising start. Very promising start. Sinks. Heat sinks. That's nice. Force Field is a block card that gets cheaper based on how many powers we've played. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 powers of the deck. So that's pretty good. I think Charge Battery Plus is also quite good. 10 block and gain an energy next turn. We're hurting for energy right now. The Charge Battery goes pretty good. Beat Ascension A10 Defect today with your first ever Blizzard build. Slow as heck, but got there. That is awesome, Thrillbo Braggins. You deserve to be Braggins. About that run. Let's grab that Charge Battery. Focus. Oh boy. Oh, we found it! The orange juice! It's back! We found it again. Incredible. Incredible. Fruit juice says gain 5 max health, but without any of those stinky green bits that there usually are in there. I think Dark Shackles is very good right now. It's a 0-cost block card, and that's something we very much like. The card removal's okay. What would we remove? Zap? That's a pretty good candidate. We'll never upgrade Zap. So I think I do remove it. Beat the double boss on A20 Defect today, only to realize you didn't take the red key. Oof, pretty Petey boy. I've been there. I have been there. Definitely take a defragment. 100%. And I think I do remove Zap. I do take Dark Shackles. That puts us more functionally on 3 energy here. Whether it's good enough yet remains to be seen. Knock one bird out of the air, we're gonna knock this one out. Shackles. Good here. Deck is going to be good once it pops off. A few more upgrades and this deck will be incredible. I think. I'm not sure how we can fight elites yet, though. A little bit worried about that. Would really prefer to do that if I can. These potions are not inspiring. Technically an energy card. Not the one I had in mind, though. Yeah, Mummified Hand. That would help a lot. What else would work? Turbo? Just Turbo would be okay. Our first upgrade is going to be Defragment. Go dodge a couple elites. We can fight. Definitely at least this. Oh man, we can get so many upgrades this act. Wow. Okay, that's the goal. Just get upgrades. If we upgrade some of the buffers, Bronze Automaton should be no problem, right? We can just block or buffer the Hyper Beams. Recycle would be good. If I'd taken the Darkstone Preempt, I might take this offer. I'm not going to take a curse, though. Oh, thanks. Being confused will help, too. Hilariously. Don't mind that. Don't mind that one bit. Okay, this doesn't prevent me from losing buffers, so I'm not going to bother playing it. Hecko. The Snicko. Seven is too big a number. I don't like it. Rebound the auto shields. I don't have a way to kill here, do I? Actually, rebound cold snap kills. Okay. Sure. Team Barrier Plus is also very good, right? Zero mana, 8 block. Feeling pretty good right now. Though we're starting to worry about our damage output. Okay, the Glacier doesn't help with that either. That's a bit concerning. Need to do damage. At some point. Sure. Hopefully we're getting a Snicko Eye. Let's see if that happens. We'll see. Kill you yet, because I want to be vulnerable. Let's see. Shields rebound the melt. No, just melt her and then sweeping beam? Yeah. Beautiful. Oh, we actually killed it. Whoops. Find my self-repair first. It's fine. Second to chill, claw, ball lightning. I think we don't want to add unupgraded cards too much anymore. Not gonna go for this elite. We're gonna get more upgrades down. We have a lot of them that are pretty important, starting with some of these buffers. On offensive relic. That's not offensive, but it does heal us when we visit rest sites, so that's appreciated. Appreciated. Yeah, there's sweeping beam with pen nib, good. Gonna need that here. The relic offends you. Does. Wind energy? What? Team Cell's free? Ridiculous. Team Cell should not be free. Unacceptable. double your energy. Now that's what I'm talking about. Upgraded too. Perfect. So that'll let us play our cards quite a bit faster. The whack, you were knocked unconscious, and this is going to make up for the lack of relics we've been getting. We are certainly going to take the second fight of this. Down our sweeping beam here. Beautiful. Okay, we should be able to get back around to self-repair with these buffers. An enemy only attacks once per turn. Gonna be easy to block them. Ah. All the buffers. That's true, we don't do a lot of damage, which could make the Gremlin Nub fight a little difficult. Also try to set up the pen nib as best I can. Good enough. Victory! A powerful fight with many rewards puts us into this combat against one Taskmaster and one Gremlin Nub. Looks like we got a good draw, too. We drew a Beam Cell on turn 1, followed by a Pendant-Nibbed Sweeping Beam, followed by getting Buffer Plus into play here. And then the Lightning Orb even hit the Gremlin Nub for us. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So I can just buffer the Gremlin Nob's hits as long as I block for 7 here. I think we do make the Gremlin Nob quite a bit stronger as a result. We're willing to do that. Whatever first. Shackles can block for me this turn. Do a Deep Fragment. Yes! Good. Fight is not too bad at all. Frozen Egg says any future powers are upgraded, and Fossilized Helix says start combat with a buffer in play. Because we needed more of those. Needed more of those. Did we really have a hand earlier where I drew completely unmodified Snecko costs? Against Snecko? Although that was only a 5-card hand, right? Please be patient, the deck is buffering. Ah, the old buffer into more buffer synergy. Just like having lots of buffers is pretty dang good. I think we just want more scaling, more focus. Upgrade White Noise. Want to be able to play that more. We have enough buffers. TBH. Probably got enough of them. 6. Can't get a kill. And if I only play close enough, I gotta play the boot sequence here. This way. So we're weakened here, and the Grim Leader is guaranteed attacking me. But it's okay, because I have buffer. Or whatever. Okay? Not okay. Seems good. So Hello World will give us a random common card every turn, and that can be a lot of damage. Six. Take you up. It's been pretty rude so far. Not too rude. It's gonna be attacking next turn. We can't have that. Good. Okay. Yeah, this is where the lack of damage is starting to be felt. We are really struggling to kill these gremlins in a reasonable fashion here. 9 plus 7 is exactly 16. I have to play these attack. Oh, I have to play the pendant though. Okay, still block that. Not bad, actually. Just buffered every hit that came our way, pretty much. Whoa! What was that? That was a crazy slowdown there for a second. What was that? Hello? Guess the game was buffering. Ooh, good fight. Get ourselves a blood vial for more healing. A blizzard deck? Is that our scaling? That's not very good, right? We have 1 chill, 1 cold snap, 1 glacier. And yet, it's my best option? Question mark? Opinion. Assuming the average fight I can reasonably put out 6 Frost Orms, that makes this, if I upgrade it, 18 damage. FTL might just be better. FTL might just be better. We're gonna beat Bronze Automaton, but it's gonna be a struggle. Probably gonna use that Potion of Capacity. Gonna upgrade. The last buffer, Fusion's a good upgrade to, I think Cool-Headed's also very good. Okay, Pendib Sweeping Beam. That's our best damage, unfortunately. So you're stealing buffer and buffer. Fair enough, or... We do need to remove the artifact from Bronze Automaton. Oh look, another buffer. Lose 1 stack there. Do we have enough scaling for this nerd? I'm gonna say yes to that. Unfortunately. Storm does not help. White Noise, I was kind of counting on you. You know that. We lack in scaling, we make up for with being immune to our opponent's attacks. So that's nice. Let's use this. River Beam coming next turn. Actually block this? Not if the game's buffering. We have a 21 plus 7. Hold on. What is this? 1 plus 7 plus this evokes for 7 plus 4 times 4 is 16. Block for 51. Not enough. Not even with the Essence of Steel. So I just rebound and don't play anything? Or like Diaper Beam? Aha! Masterful Wit has got him, and all that. I think we're gonna need a Plasma Orb. Not allowed to actually make it now. Oh, I was definitely supposed to use my Essence of Steel to keep that buffer, though. We do have a way to finally get through all this armor, however. Or all these artifact charges. Let's rebound. Lightning. Focusing on damage output right now. Okay, I think this is going fine. Buffer this Hyper Beam. Oh yeah, we actually just killed. GG! That looked way less dangerous than it was. Way less dangerous than it was. Does this deck want a Meteor Strike now? Almost. Definitely not the set of cards I wanted. How about Amplify for more buffer? For more buffers. Just infinite buffer. Guy does not ever resummon his minions. No, Rainy Days. Bronze Automaton will never resummon. So once the orbs are gone, they're gone. Amplify helps us with scaling. I'll have to take it. Rosengore is cute. We end our turn with any empty orb slots. Channel of Frost. I think I'm going to happily take a Coffee Dripper, though. We get a 4th base energy. Gain an energy every turn, but we can't rest at rest sites. That's fine. We have a Meat on the Bone, and an Eternal Feather, and a Blood Vial, all healing us. So this is free energy every turn. Or we can take the Calling Bell for a Curse and 3 relics. I think I'll take the Coffee Dripper. We need to find some powers. Creative AI would be especially helpful here. So shops are a priority. We got our green key already. Good job, me. Hit this shop up. Gold Amplify Buffer. More energy does mean more buffer. That's truth. Just gonna out-buffer these nerds. Okay, I guess I'm gonna just hit you then. We just buffer the explosions. What rarity are the relics Cursed Bell gives? Excellent question, Rainy Days. Cursed Bell is interesting in that it always gives you 1 common relic, 1 uncommon relic, and 1 rare relic. And no other combination. Hit me. Please don't tell me this is the kind of damage card I need. Please don't tell me that. I don't want to be told that. No. 416 gold for a relic. How about... Nope. Okay, well, focus potions are kind of like scaling. You can also take the incense burner here. Every 6 turns, gain 1 intangible. That'll help potentially quite a bit. Core Surge can give us Artifact to block some sort of debuff, but we don't currently have any debuffs to block. Could take Calipers, start of our turn, lose 15 block rather than all of our block, although we can't actually generate that much block. Quite frankly, most of our block comes from Buffer. Those already carry from turn to turn. So I'm leaning more towards Incense Burner or Focus Potion. Nuts. But I hit a lot of elites now. Ideally 3 of them. We need some relics here. Vents are good too. Relic drop from elite in chests. Are there rarity randomized? Yes. For elites, it's 50% chance of a common relic, 33% chance of an uncommon relic, 17% chance of a rare relic. And then from chests, it actually depends on the artwork of the chest. Whether it's a large, medium, or small chest. And I'll point out when we get to the mid-act chest what we're looking at. But the different appearances of the chest actually do give you an indicator of what kind of relic you can expect from that chest. Let's see, 4 events to go this way, 2 events versus this way is 2 events in a shop. Not this event. Different events, please. Yeah, Dark Orbs would be good. Dark Orbs would definitely help. The chest type itself is also random, yeah. So there's like a double layered RNG on relics from chests. Kinda weird. How good the Amplify upgrade is. Feels like we need more card draw now that we have full energy. Guess we should upgrade Overclock. Oh man, we got it. Amplify the defrag, heck yeah. I like nunchucks a lot more now than it's an uncommon relic. Doesn't feel as bad most of the time. Here's the melter value we wanted. That helps a bit. Go for the Eyes Plus. I mean, sure. Sure. Still need more card draw, though. I think part of the reason I like the nunchucks more is because you're finding them more often, it's easier to remember them more often. Which is kind of a weird way to do the logic, but it seems to work. Every time we damage this enemy with an attack, they change their intent. That's fine, we have buffer. If I hit him again, there's a chance we get a curse. I want a curse. One buffer's the best attack card. Sad, but true. Don't hit it. One-way noise. That's fine. That's not fine. That's fine. That's not fine. Every gun go for the ice to make you weak. Can't do that. It's illegal. What about that whole damage thing that I'm not doing? Excellent question, Zuthus. Excellent question. What will take longer? Wish I had an answer for you. Turn odds are on this fight. Taking an actual eternity. Electrodynamics says lightning now hits all enemies, channel 3 lightning. Fighting Awakened One. That helps us get some lightning orbs out, and it's a power for Amplify. I think we have to take that. Doesn't solve all our issues, but it sure helps. Hologram would have been good too, because of that Amplify. This fight could be disastrous for... I know we have buffers for days. We'll be fine. What am I on about? We have all the buffers in the world. One defragment, though. Not great. Our buffer with that. On Echoform or Creative AI. That's neither, but is pretty good, though. You always need Blizzard. Never don't take Blizzard. The advice of the ages. Should full block that, so I'll take it. Why are you still freaking here? Why do you have 9 stacks of buffer? How many stacks? Slow value out of the Amplify, I guess. It's time. It's been time.
4 months of support. We are extremely impressed.
Austin Fuego, thank you so much for those 4 months. Tier 1 support, greatly appreciate that. Continued counts of funding in return. Enjoy the renewed smug sense of superiority. It works. 70 is the most damage Giant Head can do. At this point, it'll just stop increasing damage. It's fine, I guess. Seems fine. More damage! Vajra gives us +1 strength. I think I asked for that a long time ago, and my god, it's here. Creative AI. Start of your turn, add a random power card into your hand. Capacitor is also actually pretty good, as we can duplicate it with Amplify, and it lets us get a ton of orb slots. And it goes really, really well with our Focus Potion. Both of these are very, 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 very good. Exceedingly so. And more buffers. So the capacitor is faster? Neither of these are fast scaling. It can amplify exhaust but lasts for the rest of battle. I think I would like it. It would be stronger if it did that, Nora. The current incarnation of capacitor or amplify is going to help us. Oh, we have an amplify. Yeah, let's take the creative AI because of that amplify. Ooh, ice cream too, conserving our energy between turns. Good times. Are we good at this fight? We have an electrodynamics, so I think we'll be okay. And I have a pendant sweeping beam, which is pretty sweet. I've not finished the ladder with any characters as of yet, but here's hoping. Fortunate to lose 2 buffers. Do I want to rebound, go for the eyes? Not particularly. Please give me Electro, or I die. Some stuff in play here. What? Why are they on the bottom? Can't do that, that's illegal. Oh yeah, ice cream. I'm getting all my new fancy toys. Bottled crit AI? And a hologram, for sure, to let us get back Amplify, primarily. Although a second double energy was also quite good, I'll note. Could also bottle a buffer, but we already have that with our fossilized helix. Yeah, I think it's got to be bottled creative AI because it's mostly the boss fights we're worried about from here on out. That's the big concern. Yeah, I'm liking this so far. God. Oh my god. I think we found our scaling. Yeah. Looks like we found our scaling. Our scaling is just buffers, obviously. Timing of that. I think we want to keep the deck small from here on out. Blessing of the Forge is nice to upgrade something from Creative AI. I think we're going to take that. Alright, shop. Capacitor's good. Orange pellet's probably better. Whenever you play in a power, attack, and a skill in the same turn, remove all your debuffs. Lets us play any biased cognitions we get off of our creative AI, which is a big deal. Gotta be this, right? Gotta be. Gotta be. Ooh. Starting us with one Dark Orb, too. For some actual damage. Incredible. Remind, amazing. No attacks or skills. Sad but true. Doesn't really matter what order I play these in. Got him. Machine Learning Plus. Well, there's your scaling. Machine Learning Plus could be okay. Giving us extra cards on subsequent turns. Not sure if want, though. Yeah, how are we going to get to be 10 p.m.? Jeez. It's been a good series of runs today. We do take that. And I do take a Liquid Memories over a Blessing of the Forge. Liquid Memories helps me get back Amplify at the right time. Okay, we just tank that on the buffer. Go Creative AI, chill Machine Learning. And our goal to beat Time Eater is just to, you know, play enough cards. Consider Pregnant. I'm supposed to auto shields. That's fine though. Keep myself 3 cards for next turn. Take 5. 3 Echo Form, you say? Oh, right. Okay, so that was a bit of a waste. It's fine. Block better. Now we're talking. Power. 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 Attack. Skill. Remove the 3 bias debuffs, so we just have 14 focus now. Excuse me. 22 focus now. Seems good. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Attack. Skill? Hello? Does anyone have a skill? I have a skill. I must keep... Excuse me, what? Okay then, sure. Whatever. Seems fair. Yeah, that's totally normal, right? Oh my god. That's incredible. 42 focus. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt. I was so excited I completely forgot to set up incense burner there. Hopefully that doesn't hurt me too much. Can upgrade the last buffer? Obviously we'll. Can't afford the recycle. Can't afford the heat sinks either. Feels like we don't buy anything. I like our current potions more than I like any of these. Okay. Onwards to glory. Attack me on turn 1. You did. Okay, so I take the 21. We draw. Take 12 and draw 3 cards. Next turn. It's fine. Alter you, strip your artifacts. Play these 2 cards. Next turn is going to be a little ugly. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let's see, we get our auto shields down. Some more here. Double energy, perfect. Let me go defragment, chill. Defragment, electro. That down, and go with 1 frost orb here. Been pretty good though. We're intangible on this turn. Allows me to amplify buffer machine learning, which is pretty hype. I'm now drawing like 10 cards a turn, pretty much. Pretty much. Let's see. Down the sweeping beam. Biggest threat to this beat of death it might be, right? We don't have a lot of protection if the buffers are gone, but I think we'll be able to get enough frost orbs out with various stuffs here. How is this turn looking? Can actually buffer all of this. Terrifying, but true. Just do Echo Form and buffer. Okay. Boop, bop, or bop. Easy. Easy peasy. Charge battery. Does it do damage to me? No. Incense Bird is on 4, that's good. Glad I checked that before I started playing cards. Kappa. And I'll take another hologram, I think. Okay, we'll not take the regen potion. I think these 3 potions are much better. And here we are against the corrupt art of the Spire. How's it going, Jin Fizzes? Hope you're having a great one. Go for the Eyes being in the discard pile is fine, because we have 2 holograms in the draw pile. So boot sequence to preserve the buffer. Creative AI machine learning. Can't play Electro, don't want to do either of these. Luck to us. We do have orange pellets, so our goal is to play a power attack and a skill. Yeah, beat to death is a threat, huh? That's fine, though. Next turn won't be too big. So we're okay just losing this buffer. I'm going to play Cool-Headed first. I did pass up on the Go for the Eyes play. Right. How dare I? We could gamble. That is an option. I think we're in pretty decent shape if I just play this hand out, though. What are we trying to dig towards? Trying to dig towards our scaling powers, defragment and amplify and stuff. We're kind of just patiently... and white noise. And we will draw 3 when Beat of Death hits us. Yeah, that's fine. Nice, double energy. And then we can hologram the Go for the Eyes. So I want to play this. Rid of our debuffs. That. We're only being attacked for 1 times 15 this turn because the heart is weak and we're not vulnerable. I'll first. Taking a lot of beat to death here. Could gamble away a lot of this. I think we're okay though. Okay, didn't really want to heat sinks. Sure. Double this buffer, double this buffer. That defragment. I don't want to play any more cards. If I draw the defragment now, I may be in trouble. We can hologram the Go for the Eyes, though. Or I can just keep the energy. Pretty important, too. Keep the energy. Beautiful. Okay, so we use Liquid Memories to pull Amplify back into our hand, and then I can double Capacitor, double defragment. We're gonna lose some buffers, though. I do this. Only one, actually. Go Chill Ball Lightning, that's enough block. I think. Should have memoried a hologram. Yeah. I think I should have. Could also gamble here. Get rid of Compelled River, get rid of a lot of stuff. Try that. Okay. Then. Beautiful. We now need to start doing some damage. Quickly. Gonna be fairly cycle dependent, aren't we? Good if I can continue to give us good stuff. So I'm hoping it will. We're gonna lose a buffer here, no matter what I do. Unfortunate, but acceptable. There we go. Bias cognition. Perfect. Skill. Power. Attack. Excellent. This might be a longer fight, so let's keep this weak enough for the moment. Six turns will be enough. Looking good now. Really good now. 3 buffer stacks for 2 echo forms, or no buffer stacks for 1 echo form? I think 1 echo form is reasonable. That'll do. Alright, beat up this at 2. I almost lost a buffer there. Terrifying. Looking for the A0 to A20 defect speedrun? It's coming soon. It is definitely coming soon. What is this hand? What? 4 compile drivers? Hello? Makes sense. Freaking G. Good fight. Full health. No prob. Does speedrun include unlocking defect? It does, yes. It does include unlocking defect from a fresh save. G. See you later for free. Thanks for hanging out. Didn't even get to 15 buffers. You know what didn't buffer this whole run? The stream. Been buttery smooth for the last 2 weeks. In case you missed it, we celebrated yesterday 2 weeks of no frame drops on the stream. So I know we had a long period of internet issues for a while there, but those seem to have been completely resolved. And we are now live with no problems for 2 weeks solid. I have no expectations that anything will be other than that moving forward. They did actually fix it, as far as I can tell, Jmark. We haven't had a problem in a long time. So I'm hopeful that things are well and truly fixed now. GG. By the way, don't forget to ! vote for the December community game. 4 characters, which is my favorite? Definitely Ironclad, Rainy Days, is the answer I give every time that question gets asked. Ironclad has the most wild synergies, the wackiest decks, the highest peaks of power when everything goes right, and I just love it so much. So Ironclad has often in the past been my fave, and continues to be so. Part of why Ironclad is my chosen champion for the Ascension 20 run in the ladder streak. Spire sleeps, and so shall I. I think I will be sleeping here. We've had a good 6 hours of stream, tons of subs today. Much love to everybody who supported the channel. Put us quite a bit further towards getting bonus streams for yet another one. Thanks again to everybody who also followed. If you want to be notified when we're live, that is one of the best ways to do that, by the way, is to follow the channel. You can also join us on the Discord, which posts announcements whenever the stream's live, or follow me on Twitter. for those as well. If you're new here, my name's Balelord. I'm live 6 days a week, playing mostly Slay the Spire. We've been working hard at trying to get this ladder challenge completed. You'll also find me doing wacky Spire runs on Sundays, as well as the occasional foray into other roguelike or strategy games. We recently checked out Phoenix Point. We played some Into the Gungeon in the past, and of course I am playing whatever the heck you guys vote for on the December Community Game Vote. See you later, Sugarina. Thanks for watching. You're most welcome, Sigamon, Oodles, Bobbert, and Epona. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Hope you all have a lovely evening, everybody. Thanks for watching. That's all for now. See y'all next time.